Good evening and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for January 26, 2016. Before we call the meeting officially to order, we are going to have the invocation presented by David Holmes from First Church of Christ the Scientist off of Sewell Mill Road. It's good to have you back, David. And that'll be followed by the pledge led by Deputy Justin Bowman, who has been with the Sheriff's Office since 2007. He has been a member of the Canine Tracking Team for 2 years, and is also a member of the SWAT team. And he received the Medal of Distinction in 2015. We're honored to have you with us, Deputy. For those who wish to do so, please rise for the invocation and the pledge.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee, Board of Commissioners, fellow citizens, and friends of Cobb County. My wife says, don't keep it. She knows I'm a little long-winded, so she said, keep it 3 minutes, and I will. There's a neighborhood in South Atlanta called Just Us. No, really, there is. And I'd kind of like that as a motto for tonight. It's not you, me, them, it's us, under one umbrella of God's love. And in 1 John chapter 4:16, John says, God is love. A very radical statement in his day, and it seems things haven't changed much in today's world with all the upheaval. But Jesus understood, and he constantly emphasized the word love. He gave us the love thy neighbor as thyself. He also said the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, or simply put, love others as you yourself would like to be loved. And I see that around, and there's something very American about God is love. And also loving, let me back up, about loving the other person as you would yourself. It's very American, it's in our character. You see it every day. I see up at the emergency room, when I was up there with a friend, someone brought in some sandwiches and drinks and passing it around without a word. The other time, actually happened to me. I was at a gas station up in Woodstock. I said, put $5 on pump 3, and I got up to the guy, and I didn't have the $5 to put on pump 3. And I'm not going to ask anybody for anything, so I was just kind of sneaking out. Hopefully no one heard me. And I heard this big voice behind me. It was a construction worker. He threw out $5. He said, $5, pump 3. And that was nice. I got to go home that night. So love is part of our character because God is love. Jesus always went back to compassion, and not just for his friends or the people of his nation, but for the whole world. We all are God's children. And I want to read what I just talked about from 1 John. So we'll do that kind of as a little benediction tonight. And that's 1 John chapter 4, verse 16. And as we have a little silent prayer first, let's not only think of our loved ones, but the men and women overseas and our first responders here at home. So we'll have a few moments of silent prayer. And we have known and believed the love that God hath to us. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. Amen.
Join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Thank you, Deputy, for being with us today. Before we officially call this meeting to order, Commissioner Weatherford, we'd like to, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, the county managers, and all the employees of Cobb County and our community, express our condolences to you for the loss of your mom today, and appreciate you being here in spite of that loss. Earlier today, during our work session, we went from tab 1 through tab 5, and we begin our evening tonight with tab 6, presentations. There are 3. The first is to be conducted by Commissioner Ott, and we have several certificates tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of you have seen us recognize Eagle Scouts, and we talk about the fact that only 4% of the boys that enter scouting make Eagle. I think tonight you're going to see there are some exceptions. All the boys that you see come up tonight are from the same troop. So I'd ask Stephen Polkowitz to come up. Stephen made Eagle in 2013, right, Stephen? They are all from Troop 1011, which is at Mount Bethel United Methodist Church. And I'll brag a little bit, I am their Scoutmaster. Stephen will take, nope, Stephen, stay up here. Tell everyone what you did for your project.
I built an outdoor classroom at Hightower Trail Middle School so that the other classrooms were too small, and so I enlarged the classroom to make it available to teachers.
All right, JD Pike. JD made it in 2014.
I built 2 pedestrian footbridges at Allatoona Creek Park near Kennesaw Mountain. So.
Okay, Davis Odom. Davis also made it in 2014. And there were 9 Eagle Scouts in 2013 and 13 in 2014.
For my project, I restored a portion of a nature trail at my school that was eroded.
Matthew Christie, also 2014.
For my Eagle Scout project, I built 8 consecutive birdhouses for High Meadows Middle School.
Nick Bowman. All the rest are from 2015, where there were 17. Two of them have since moved away, so only 15 are here tonight.
I built a pergola overlooking the river at Eastcott Park.
Nick Champion.
I built a drain system on a piece of trail at Kennesaw Mountain National Battlefield.
Sam Fulkerson.
I built a 12 to 16 foot walking bridge at Forest Park.
David Hood.
For my project, I built 2 sets of fences around the air conditioning units at Mount Zion United Methodist Church.
Ryan Manderfield.
I redid an outdoor classroom at High Meadows School so they could all learn outside again.
Chris Ott. He couldn't drive until he did this.
I rebuilt the walkway to a dock at Mount Bethel North Campus.
Michael Pike.
I built stairs leading to the dock at Mount Bethel High School.
Sammy Pike. I already know what Sammy's going to say.
For my project, I built the dock to Chris's walkway and Michael's stairs.
Michael Quayle.
I built picnic tables at the Chattahoochee Nature Center.
Neil Rossman.
I built a railroad tie set of stairs in McFarland Farm Park.
Adam Schmidt.
I built a snake rail fence surrounding the visitor center at the Kennesaw Mountain Battlefield Park.
Tyler Schwartz.
I built 2 kiosks at the Chattahoochee Nature Center.
Hayden Stadler.
I built a fire pit and benches at the YMCA on East Piedmont.
Ben Thornton.
I built mile marker posts for Kennesaw Mountain Park.
And the last one for tonight is Ryan Cars.
I built a fire pit and cleared some land for future use at the Mount Bethel North Campus.
Now we actually have one more Eagle Scout to recognize, but this one is a little bit unique. And so I've asked the Atlanta Area Council CEO, Tracy Tickow, to come up and make the presentation. And Representative Setzler, you want to join us? Representative Setzler is an Assistant Scoutmaster at a troop in Kennesaw.
Thank you, Commissioner Ott. My name is Tracy Teckow. I serve as the Scout Executive CEO for the Atlanta Area Council. We have 30,000 Scouts across metropolitan Atlanta. And I'm proud to tell you that these young men represent a portion of our 634 Eagle Scouts last year. Most of the Scouts become an Eagle Scout between the age of 14 and 17, and we present the award, of course. But tonight is a little different.
This particular Eagle Scout made it in 1964, and it's been 52 years. Commissioner Weatherford, please come down front. It only seemed appropriate with all these Eagles here to recognize the oldest Eagle in the room.
What was your project, Bob?
I built a trail in Count Westmoreland, if you know where that is.
Yes. So on behalf of the Atlanta Area Council, our Board of Directors, our 11,000 volunteers, and our many partners in the community, it's our pleasure to present the Eagle Scout Award, which I understand you moved between the time you earned the award and the actual presentation. So just a little past age 14 or 15, but it's still earned and it's still just that we present this award to you. Thank you. Congratulations.
You're in this picture. You guys got to get closer. Yeah, there we go. All the tall ones in the back.
Congratulations to all the Eagles. Item 2 is to present a proclamation to Daniel Middle School. Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's my honor and pleasure to ask the folks from J.J. Daniels Middle School and our school board members and superintendent and anyone here for support for J.J. Daniels to please come up. J.J. Daniels Middle School, which is off of Scott Road, off Piedmont Road in District 3, is celebrating 50 years this year. And we thought it was fitting since we have a descendant of Judge James Jordan Daniel, Joe Daniel, here tonight. We have a representative from the first class at J.J. Daniel. Frank Wigington is with us tonight. And of course, we have our school superintendent, Chris Ragsdale, board members, David Banks, David Chastain, and Randy Scamahorn are here. Robin Latazoria from the school area supervisor. We have our student body president, Mary Jane Shaw with Janae, I'm sorry, and our teacher coordinator, Mary Jane Shaw. And Denise, is Denise LaRosa here? No, okay, sorry. And last but not least, our principal, David Nelson, is here. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'm going to ask David and any of the school board members and or Mr. Ragsdale or Mr. Daniel to say a few words, if you will. Whereas Daniel Middle School is named after Judge James Jordan Daniel, a well-known Cobb County commissioner and politician who also taught in a one-room schoolhouse on Canton Road. He was instrumental in bringing electricity to rural areas of the county in the 1930s. He also played a major role in the construction of the Bell Bomber plant, now known as Lockheed, and the county's first airport, now known as Dobbins Air Force Base. In 1965, the Cobb County Board of Education officially opened J.J. Daniel Junior High in his honor. Throughout the past 50 years, the school has seen many changes as Cobb County has grown. One of those changes was the school transitioning from a junior high to a middle school. And whereas today the leadership, achievement, and commitment Judge Daniel provided to Cobb County continues to thrive through the school named in his honor. Daniel Middle School has provided a strong education to approximately 50,000 students and has been recognized by the Georgia Department of Education as a Georgia School of Excellence. And whereas Daniel Middle School has been in the top 10% of the highest performing middle schools in our state based on the Georgia Department of Education's College and Career Performance Index. Now, therefore, we, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, do hereby celebrate the 50th anniversary of J.J. Daniel Middle School, honor its rich history, and salute its staff, teachers, and students for setting the example of excellence in our community. This is the 26th day of January. Who wants to go first?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Burrell. It is an honor to be here tonight and to represent our school. We have so many great people in our community that has helped support our school and make sure that we have received the support that we need to continue to provide great leaders for Cobb County. Joe Daniel, is a pleasure to meet him and have his legacy and our family at our school to continue providing leadership for us, setting the role model for what we're doing. And of course, our school board members, our superintendent, they are doing great things, but I have to make sure that I stress this people like Janae Archer, our student body president, who is continuing to provide leadership for all of our students at our school. She also serves as the chairperson for the Principal Student Advisory Board, where she coordinates leadership with all of the student leaders on our school campus. And Ms. Archer is doing a great job continuing Judge Daniel's leadership and demonstration of his characteristics that help him help lead our county and get a school started. And I'd also like to make sure that I recognized Miss Mary Jane Shaw, who is our teacher leader at our school that helps go through and make sure that our teachers have the materials and equipment that she needs, and also make sure that I hear the things I need to hear. So I appreciate the support that the county has given very much.
Let me just say, I echo what Principal Nelson said. He's doing a tremendous job out there, and you know, it goes without saying that a big cornerstone of a community is the school. So we just appreciate all the commissioners and the recognition that you're providing for the school. Mr. Daniel, he's obviously a cornerstone in the community down at Vinings Bank, and we just appreciate all the support and everyone working together.
Would you like to say a few words?
Well, it's a real honor, and I know J.J. Daniel would really be impressed and all over this. He was a great mentor when I came to Marietta 50 years ago. His father and my great-great-grandfather were brothers, and their great-grandfather was the first colonial governor of South Carolina. He came over in 1680, and he was first colonial governor in Charleston, South Carolina, for the state of South Carolina. But it's a great honor for the family, and appreciate the recognition.
Thank you. Mr. Chastain, would you like to say a few words? Since you represent
just a few.
J.J.
I'm so proud to represent Daniel Middle School, but I can tell you that when I was a young man and I went to First Baptist Church across the street when I was in elementary school, we would go sing Christmas carols at the different nursing homes. And I had the pleasure, although at the time, after you hear all these accolades, this gentle couple had a room at the old Shoreham nursing home. I forget what it's called now, out by the mountain. And we went in and sang for them. And there was Mr. Daniel and then his wife, who had also been a school teacher. And we got to Christmas. So I've actually met the man, but it wasn't until later, years later, that I realized all this man had done. And so I think it's great that we honored that legacy tonight.
When I first came on the board about 7 years ago, one of the principals I met with was David Nelson. I had never met him before, but let me say one thing. If you ever visit J.J. Daniel, you will get a tour of J.J. Daniel. He'll make sure that you do so. And also, he's been very instrumental in developing a very strong and vibrant STEM program at J.J. Daniel. And we have some of the best and most qualified future technical students in the country. So David Nelson has run a very good educational program, and he should be applauded for it. Thank you.
Anybody else want? We're good. I would like to echo those comments. He is definitely a shining star in our community, and we've worked on some projects together and cleaned up your sidewalks, and I really appreciate all you do for us and for the community. So let's get a picture. You wanna?
Yeah, put the principal over there.
This will take us to our third item under this agenda, to present for Jim Pearson, our Director Controller, to present the FY15 year-end results at the fund level from an audited CAFR.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Hankerson. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present the fiscal year 2015 year-end results. I can tell you very quickly that it's a very good report. It's the health of the county fiscally is sound. We have a lot to be thankful for with how this county has been managed and the financial state that we find ourselves in currently. We received an unmodified audit opinion. That is what used to be called an unqualified opinion. That's the new terminology that they have given us to use. That means it's a clean opinion. There are no findings in this audit opinion, so we're very thankful for that. Again, as has been stated in your state of the county and other venues, that this is our 19th consecutive year for our AAA bond rating. We're one of 44 counties, and we did ask for research, if they could research how many have had that consecutively, and they couldn't tell us, but I'm sure we're one of very few that have had it consecutively for that period of time. Our water system is had the AAA rating for 12 consecutive years. Again, very prestigious honor for them. We've received our Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 29th consecutive year. That's the benchmark for our financial statements on how they're reported and for the community to be able to understand, and for investors of the bond market, rating agencies. We've received the Distinguished Budget Award for 19 consecutive biennial budgets, and we've this past year have had the lowest tax anticipation borrowing since 1989, $30 million. We did that internally. We didn't go out to the bond market. We were able to borrow from the water system. So all the interest that was paid, we paid them the stated rate of interest for that period. That stayed within the county. So that was, again, very positive from our financial position that we're able to do that from an internal borrowing. The general fund, next slide, is the primary fund of the county. That's where most of our services are provided. This is a summary of the revenues that support our general fund services. The first would be taxes. That would include property tax, other taxes such as your insurance premium tax, your beer tax, your wine tax, your alcoholic taxes. So this is more than just the property tax, and that was $253 million, $2 million over our projected budget. With this, we saw a millage digest increase of 3.22 mils, and we had a millage decrease of 0.2 mils. So again, very positive for how we finished our year with our taxes and meeting our budgetary requirements. Our license and permits up by $5.5 million. This is due in large part to SunTrust Park and the Atlanta Battery, all the development that's going on there. That drove our revenues up in FY 2015. Intergovernmental, these would be grants from federal, state. Again, very close to the budget. We're slightly under, but that's more of a timing difference. When monies are expended, these are all reimbursements, so those revenues should be coming in based on the expenditures that have gone out. So that's more of a timing difference, that variance. Charges for services is up $3 million. Again, I'm pleased to say that a majority of this variance is due to our deed and intangible recording fees, which come from property sales. So again, this is a very positive revenue increase that we've seen this fiscal year. Fine from forfeitures are down $1.2 million, primarily due to other fines and forfeitures. Interest earned down slightly, $49 million. Again, the interest rates are so low, but again, in the scheme of this overall budget, that's a very small variance. Miscellaneous income is $2.2 million variance to the positive, and our other financing sources, this would be the water transfer in, is $601,000 positive variance. We have some other revenues that come in as well through that transfer, 800 megahertz fees for core replacement and things like that. So it's not just water transfer, but again, almost $12 million over budget from a revenue standpoint. The license and permits, you can see a continual growth from 2012, which is positive. Then you can see the spike from the SunTrust Park and the Battery in 2015. Our current year property taxes, this graph here is strictly property tax. It doesn't have any other taxes involved in it. You can see the digest continued to go down in 2013. We also had a decrease in millage rate from 7.72 to 7.52. So that, coupled with a declining digest, brought those revenues down. But in 2014 and 15, we can see the revenues going up. They went up even with a decrease in the digest, or the millage rate, I'm sorry. 2014, it went down by 0.2 mils, and 2015 went down by 0.2 mils. So new growth, again, helped with our property tax increase. On the expenditure side, general government, that's where most of the government services are provided that aren't specifically identified in another place. You can have your courts within your general government. You're going to have most of your county administrative offices, Board of Commissioners, county manager, finance, HR, IS, within general government. The variances, again, all positive, came under budget. In total, $15 million for all of the general fund departments. $5 million of that is encumbered, which means that the expenditures are going to take place in FY16, but the purchase orders, the agreements for purchases went out in 2015. So really the variance, the true variance would be about a $10 million variance on the expenditure side. Again, departments holding costs down, that goes across the board. Elected officials, county manager departments, all have done an excellent job in doing more with less. This graph, very quickly, to point out that with the general fund, 70% of the expenditures are personal services. That would include salaries, your health care, the taxes, pension contributions. Again, and it's the primary asset of the county. Those are the people that provide the services, law enforcement, those services to the community that their tax dollars are supporting. So again, 70% of our costs go to the fund personnel. We have a strong fund balance reserve policy in place. The general fund has a 9% policy. reserve policy, and that's of the adopted budget for 2016. And we added several years ago a 3% economic contingency plus a 3% title ad valorem. So within the general fund, we have a 15% policy in place. This is looked at very highly by the rating agencies, that we have this in place for rainy days and for some fluctuations in revenues that may occur, that we can kind of smooth those fluctuations out with a policy like this in place. The Fire District Fund, we have a 5% reserve policy. We've also added an additional 5% economic contingency policy for a total of 10%. And our Debt Service Fund, that funds our 3 outstanding GO park bonds. We reserve 100% of that, so we collect 100% as of 9/30 to pay the debt service January 1st. So all our reserves are in place, they're strong, and again, this is a very positive aspect of our financial condition from a rating agency perspective. Next slide. Cobb County SPLOST, this is our 2011 SPLOST, the 4-year SPLOST. You can see that the revenues have gone up. They dipped slightly in 2013, and with the growth in the economy, the strong economic increase that we've seen in Cobb County, we're seeing those revenues go up, which is very strong. And then you have the departments that are expending the SPLOST dollars, DOT and Parks, those are more project driven. And then you have your Public Safety and Support Services, more equipment driven, which is why their percentages are higher as far as a completion. SunTrust Park, the stadium bonds were issued $376 million. The issuance cost was $2.7 million. Stadium construction to date that we've paid out of those bond funds is $189 million, and we have $184 million left of those bonds to be paid out to those vendors that are building the stadium. So again, we're a little bit over halfway done with the drawdown of those funds, and it's going very quickly. The Cobb County Water Fund, this is a major fund of the county, and this is the water fund net position. You can see how it's increased in 2015. This is a strong rating agency metric. This is a combination of all the infrastructure assets, the plants, all of the assets, the balance sheet of the water system. Again, very, very strong, which is one of the reasons why they continue to maintain a AAA rating. Other relevant funds, these are other major funds that we report on in our primary financial statements. The Fire District Fund, again, had a net income of $7 million, very strong. 82% of this fund is personnel services, so, and then 10% is, or 10+%, 15% is operating. So again, a very strong year for the Fire District Fund. The Streetlight District, again, this is from our streetlight fees, and we were able to put our reserve in place, which is 10%. So we were able to satisfy our reserve requirements, and again, we'll watch this fund very closely and adjust fees accordingly as we move forward. The E911 fund is a self-sustaining fund, and the negative variance with this is because of the investment in the core replacement for 2015. That's this fund, as well as the Fire District Fund, fund their own capital, so we're expending capital with an E911 fund in FY15, which caused our expenditures to rise above the revenues. And finally, the Hotel Motel Tax Collection Fund continues to increase. We've averaged 8 to 9% over the last several years of growth within this fund. For the first quarter of FY16, we're at 7%. So again, this is a strong reflection of the economy. As the chairman mentioned this morning in the State of the County address to the management group here at Cobb, that tourism is the #1 industry in Cobb County, and this certainly is a reflection of the strength of the tourism activity taking place within Cobb this past year and moving forward. Our financial position is strong, and we have reason to be confident moving forward, but we do have challenges. We've managed wisely, we've managed responsibly, but we do have challenges that are in front of us. We have to look at the annual required pension contribution. The economy this year, the markets have been down, which is going to have an impact on the annual required contribution from an actuarial standpoint. We have the pay and class study. That's a study that we should be getting information back from the provider of that study in a couple of weeks. And then we need to take that before the actuarial review to see what the impact is going to be on our pension plan from the paying class study. But we have to also fund the paying class study, so we need to look at funding as well. We have priority-based budgeting, which has been something the chairman's been very strong about. It's not going to be an end-all to our budget challenges, but it's certainly going to be a very positive tool to help us analyze those services that the citizens of this county want and are willing to pay for. The tax digest, that's always a concern, whether it's legislatively, whether they're looking to place caps on the amount of growth, or if the economy were to slump. We have to always look at the digest, and we always get that 9 months into the fiscal year, so that always presents a budgetary challenge to us. We have the water transfer as we continue to lessen the general fund's dependence on the water transfer. We're at 6% this year. If we get down to 5%, that's another $2+ million of sustainable revenues that we'll need to fund the services provided in the general fund. We also have the funding of capital. We've relied, since going back to the 90s, on funding our capital needs, our ongoing capital needs from fund balance. It's not a best practice. It's certainly been something that we've been able to do, and the rating agencies have looked favorably about our commitment to using that to fund capital, but it's something we need to look at going forward as far as a sustainable ongoing funding source for capital. And then subsidizing the parking deck. I know that this board and county managers is looking at different options. The parking deck is right now, the revenues are not sufficient to meet the debt service on the new deck as well as the operations. So that's something that from a financial management standpoint we need to keep on the radar and keep working on. But other than that, Chairman, the financial position is strong thanks to the leadership of this board and the county manager, and pleased to report that another good year under your leadership.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and again, I want to thank, I always look forward to January getting this final statement, and it's, to your point, when we do our budgets and our manage through the year, we don't get the revenue numbers till we're 9 months into the year. We don't actually get the cash until the year is completed, the fiscal year is completed, and then the January period is when we get the final numbers and how we did for the year that ended 4 months ago. We always, and thankful, the attitude of this county is one to be conservative and consistent in our being conservative in our planning. That's reflected in this. Not only the revenue slightly higher than what we budgeted, but expenditures, Mr. County Manager, are lower than what we budgeted. And that's a winning combination in any book, and we appreciate what you do to manage it and help us to manage it on a monthly basis. We actually provide on a monthly basis our financial statement on the website for the community to even follow how we're doing. And Mr. County Manager, you and your staff and your leadership and the other elected officials that all contribute to managing expenses throughout the year to make sure that we come under that budgeted number for expenditures while we keep a close eye on our revenue numbers. You're all to be congratulated and thanked for working so hard to make sure that in these uncertain times, and we are clearly still in some uncertain times economically as to what our absolute numbers are being. And so I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate the county manager and his leadership, the other elected officials and constitutional officers in Cobb County. There's a great report, and I look forward to hearing and reading about it in the newspaper tomorrow. Do the board have anything they'd like to say? Commissioner Burrow?
Thank you, Jim, to you and your staff for all your hard work, and the county manager. Is this online now, or will it be?
It will be online, yes, ma'am.
On the finance page?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you email us the PowerPoint as
Absolutely.
well? Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner Cupid?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Jim, for the presentation and for all that you do. If you can go back to the prior slide that shows the opportunities and challenges. Also see here, it doesn't take into account the decision that we'll be making soon on the park bonds. And I know sometimes we make decisions on these in isolation of each other, and I'm just wondering, would we be taking a look at the impact of these when we assess the next budget? Or are there decision points along the way that we should be mindful of as we're going into the next budget cycle?
The impacts on the next budget would certainly be the pay and class study. We don't know what those numbers are yet. We should hopefully get that within the next few weeks. That would also impact the annual required contribution for the pension. The tax digest is always, that's going to impact this year as well as the budget for next year. The water transfer, of course, we've gotten that taken care of for this year, so that's going to be an impact for next year. The funding of capital is ongoing. We have capital needs this year that need to be addressed.
Is that outside the SPLOST program?
That are outside the SPLOST program,
Okay.
like replacement of vehicles, operating capital for parks and other departments that were not in the budget. Subsidizing the park deck, that's something that we really need to look at this year. We brought it to the attention of the chairman of this board, Mr. Hankerson, last year. Is one of our concerns, and I know that meetings have been taking place to address that. So that's something that we don't want to have a deficit fund balance in any of your funds, and that's something we need to be mindful of, to be good stewards of that operation.
Okay.
Any other comments? Thank you, Jim. Great job. So this takes us to tab 7, our SunTrust Park update. Mr. County Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly I'm here to provide an construction update on SunTrust Park, and certainly we've made tremendous progress there. Remembering over a year ago, we were just not totally out of the ground, and you go there today, it looks like a stadium. Our first one, we have over 870 workers on site. They do, and 5 new subcontractors on site, over 1 million man-hours as of January 13th. And there's no lost time due to an accident resulting in a recordable incident rate of 2.87, and an RII is the number of employees per 100 full-time employees that have been involved in a recordable injury. So that's a good injury rate. American Builders continue. We've had a lot of rain. 15.8 inches of rainfall since December 18th. So they're trying to mitigate that and work around it. Just a good thing that they're out of the ground and working on that. Precast and structural steel trades, adding tradesmen. The structure and architecture precast is working double shifts to try to make up. So they've added staff so they can look at going to double shifts. The Braves, framing for the Braves offices, which is something, there's a deadline to try to get them into the offices, it's 85% complete. All the structure precast had been placed. First architecture precast set was November the 23rd behind home plate, and the erection has progressed to Section 2 first base dugout. And they put a concrete cap on underground detention vault. That is huge for them, so they can go forward with that in a building or a deck. Structural steel trusses on the mezzanine level has been between third base and right field. They have been set. Setting of the lower bowl stadia from third base down to left field line and all of that, so you can see that as well. I look at the design for the CDM station, which they have looked at as the support between that seating as well. So that design has been reviewed. The total contract to the date, and looking at the final GMP, this number $390,762,619 was a revised number from the 400 plus in the final GMP. The work to Cobb counties as of date is $207,346,730, 53%. Work on DBE companies is $70,629, about 18% on DBEs as well. So we're tracking that as well. This photo is a photo as of January 13th, 2016. Quite a difference from a year ago, Mr. Chairman, and from the photos that we showed in earlier. That is our update. We're continuing the month to month on an update and another good report, but we had the holidays and a lot of rainfall.
That we did. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the county manager? Thank you. Good progress. This will take us to tab 8, our water system. There's 3 items. Mr. McCullers.
Good evening. The water system requests that you hold public hearings tonight for 3 water main replacement projects where design fees are expected to exceed $100,000. First of these is FY17 Northeast Cobb miscellaneous water main replacement.
Thank you, sir. This time we'll open a public hearing. This public hearing is for this item and this item only at this time. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Please come forward this time. Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed on item 1. Next item, please.
The second is for FY17 West Cobb miscellaneous water main replacement.
Thank you. We'd like to open the public hearing now for this item and this item only. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Item 3, please.
And the final one is FY17 South Cobb miscellaneous water main replacement.
Thank you. We will open a public hearing for this item and this item only. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. McCullers.
Thank you.
Tab 9 would be Cobb County Transportation Agency with 1 item. Mr. Wilgus.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. County Manager. This item is to conduct a public hearing prior to expending more than $100,000 to secure engineering design services for master task order contracts for professional services. On June 24th, 2014, the board approved master task order contracts for 11 firms for a 2-year period to provide professional consulting services in the area of transportation, planning and environmental studies, traffic engineering, soils, foundation and material testing, transit, and aviation. These contracts will be expiring soon. The department has recommended issuing a request for proposal to secure new master task order contracts to be effective for a 2-year period for the following services: engineering design, planning, traffic engineering, transit, and aviation. We request the Board of Commissioners conduct a public hearing prior to expending more than $100,000 to secure engineering design services for master task order contracts for professional services.
Thank you. We will now open the public hearing for this item only. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Willis. Pardon me? I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I didn't. Sir, believe me, if I had saw you working up, I would have called you. Why don't we do this? Excuse me. Why don't we do this? We'll open up a public hearing again, give you an opportunity to speak. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes, correct, Counselor? And it's on this item and this item only, sir. Please. Yes.
My understanding, this is regarding.
We'll need your name.
Oh, sorry, Rich Pellegrino, Mableton, Georgia. My understanding, this item is relating to the bridge connecting the Braves Stadium to Cumberland, the Cumberland area, which has been known as the Bridge to Nowhere because before there was a stadium, there was no need for a bridge. Everybody had adequate parking in the Cumberland area. The question is, why are we spending money when we've just outlined in the budget presentation that we have challenges, fiscal challenges? Some of the fiscal challenges that were not included in that are the facts that our poverty rate has doubled. Okay, we don't have adequate busing, we don't have adequate library services, we have increased homelessness, and yet we're spending money, again, that could be used on those services for a bridge that is not necessary. We have issues with law enforcement, public safety. We have many different issues in the county, and we have challenges in the budget. So why are we spending money on a bridge to nowhere? Again, is this corporate welfare for the Braves so that people can, because there's not adequate parking for this stadium, obviously. So we're now dipping into our tax revenues, into our federal funds, in order to subsidize a bridge that is not necessary. Those are the questions, and I think.
Sir, this
I
item actually has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Okay, so what
But
does
we
it-
thank you for your thoughts.
What does it have to do with?
Thank
it?
you. This item has to do with a public hearing to expend more than $100,000 to secure engineering design services for master task order contracts for professional services as outlined in the agenda item, so.
For the bridge?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, then you should have told me that in the beginning.
Always like to give you the
reserve my
opportunity to
comment
speak.
for the
Thank you. Thank you. So for the record, our second public hearing is closed. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
My name is Craig Harfoot. I'm a Cobb County resident. But you didn't tell the gentleman, what is the contract for? Can you answer us that? I mean, it's really not clear to anybody. What are the services for that you're going to give away all the money?
Do you have any further comments?
No, I'm asking a question.
I understand it. Do you
And
have
you're
any
not going to answer a question.
No, sir, I'm not. Do you have any other questions?
Well, here's the thing. We've done this many times, and it's all about the way you got this set up. You never tell us what it's for. You do it, then you spend the money, and suddenly something appears, whether it's a trail, a parks referendum, or a bridge. So the bigger issue is, who's going to come and buy the tickets if you got college grads with heavy student loan debt, can't get full-time work, and then you think we're going to have a tourist trade? And I remember the parking deck when you were saying, oh, it's going to pay for itself, it's going to show extra revenue, and it didn't happen. Well, this won't happen either, because our economy, they're saying employment's up, but there is no full employment for those people working, except in the government. And now, if you followed the rest of the people in this county, like Home Depot, Publix, Kroger, then you see that they're not employing all their employees 40 hours. They're only letting them work 20-something hours, 29 maybe, 28. There's no money to spend for anything. That's why the economy's down. And what makes you think the Braves are going to generate all this wonderful revenue if the economy is generally down from this one big conundrum? And I really want everybody to listen to this and answer this question, because not one presidential candidate, not any candidate on any elected office can answer that question. And all I want is an answer. How do we come out of it at the end? And I don't see it. And the whole thing is predicated on all this little housing stuff going up that's actually supposed to be dorms for college students. And it's all, the only thing paying for it is that the hope is they're going to continue to borrow money and pay rent with borrowed money, and then get out and not have a full-time job, have to live at home. And when that's all done, how do you think you're going to have tourism money? And thank you for listening to that, but please give me an answer. That's all I want. Privately, I don't care. I just want to know. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now, there are no further comments for this public hearing, so that is closed. That will take us to tab 10, Community Development Agency. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Dan Johnson with Cobb County Community Development. We are here to give the first presentation and request the opening of the first public hearing for the annual code amendment process that we do on a yearly basis here at Cobb County. And if I may, sir, I'll jump right into my presentation.
Please.
Today, we are going to be looking at a number of chapters of the Cobb County Code that will be open for consideration of changes. So it'll be chapters 2, 6, 14, 18, 54, 78, 83, 86, 102, 110, 114, 112, 126, and 134. As a brief point of schedule, this is your first of your 2 required public hearings, but we'll have 3 public hearings as part of our process this year. Today, we'll have February 9th, which is the point when we will deliver the Planning Commission recommendations on chapters 110 to 134. And then on February 23rd, we will hold the second official public hearing and also allow for any time that at that point you could consider approving any of the draft amendments that are presented in front of you. The Planning Commission recommendations will be provided on February 2nd, 2016, when they will have their hearing in regard to this. If anybody is interested in receiving a copy of these particular items, they are all available for viewing on the Cobb County website from the Community Development main page, as well as at the County Clerk's office, as well as the Office of Superior Court Clerk. As a bit of background, all of these are potential amendments that have been generated in a couple of different capacities. One, they could be suggested by various commissioners throughout the year. They are also amendments that have been suggested by staff to provide clarity or to comply with changes in state law. And as we go through all of these amendments, they will be organized numerically to make it easy to follow as we go through them all. Starting in the administration chapter, chapter 2, 2-166 to 2-171, these are minor clarifications in the economic development ordinance. Getting into the alcoholic beverage chapter in chapter 6, we have a number of new definitions that are going to be brought forward, some clarifications to bottle house and malt beverages, as well as new definitions for establishment, event venue, freestanding vendor, major stakeholder, and tailgating. 6-90 is a revision to the powers of the License Review Board on page 2. As well on page 2 is 6-117, a revision to the issuance standards for an alcoholic beverage license. 6-133 is a new code creating special provisions for certain mixed-use development districts. That's pages 2 to 4. 6-134, our new code relating to tailgating on page 4. 6-147 is a new procedure of fines or fees for first offenders when violating aspects of the alcoholic beverage ordinance. That's located on page 5. 6-183 is a new code that allows for the issuance of a temporary alcoholic beverage license for tastings at trade shows, page 5. 6-206 is a modification to the employment of persons with prior convictions, pages 5 and 6. And lastly, in the alcoholic beverage code, 6-207, which are modifications to our servers' work permits, pages 6 to 8. Moving on to the aviation code, 14-116 are modifications to leases at McCollum International Airport, located on page 8. Getting into the building regulations, chapter 18, article 13, sections 18.360 to 18.367. These are minor clarifications to the blasting ordinance, more specifically removal of items that were supposed to be removed when this was updated last year. There are some items that had to be taken out. They were not taken out, so we're just providing some clarification to remove the conflicts between last year's approvals and what we have currently. Getting into the fire prevention and protection ordinance, chapter 54, we have 54 to 51, 54-51, which is a minor clarification to the life safety certificate of occupancy requirements, pages 14 and 15. 54-62 is a new code pertaining to the creation of a fire watch, that is on page 15. 54-93 is a modification to the fire protection sprinkler system requirements on page 15. 54-96 is a modification to the fire protection system testing and maintenance requirements, located on page 15. 54-101 are modifications to the fire alarm system requirements regarding certifications for contractors and installers, page 16. 54-113 are modifications to the exemptions to outdoor burning restrictions, located on page 16. Getting into the license, permit, and business sections of the code, which is chapter 78, we have 78-117 to 78-121. This is a new code for regulating public property vending within certain mixed-use development districts, pages 16 to 18. 78-406 to 78-406.7 is a new code regarding the issuance of licenses for accessory special event parking, pages 18 to 23. 78-550 to 78-559 is a new code for regulating of ticket brokers, pages 23 to 25. Getting into the nuisance ordinance, 83-12 is a modification to the weed ordinance to remove the 10% allowance for weeds that are greater than 12 inches, located on page 25. 83-30 is a new code for decreasing burdensome uses on existing properties, located on pages 26 and 27. Offenses, and miscellaneous provisions. 8650 to 8654 is a new code regulating unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, located on page 27 and 28. 86-60 to 86-65 is a new code for solicitation on public arterial and collector roadways, located on pages 28 and 29. Getting into the solid waste code, 102-14 to 102-71, modifications and clarifications to the solid waste ordinance regarding penalties, suspensions, and hours of collection, located on pages 29 and 31. 110 is the subdivision code. This is a minor clarification regarding using letters of credit as a surety for construction, pages 31 and 32. Getting into the taxation code, and I will note that Julie Livingston is here with me in case any questions come up about this particular code with our county attorney's office. Section 114-123 to 114-139. This is a new code that would allow the board to enact a fee for hotel motel rooms offering paid accommodations. The proceeds for that would be used for tourism generation in Cobb County. Utilities, which is 122-188, are revisions to the requirements on sand and oil inceptors, also known as grease traps. This on pages 38 to 52. Also in the water code is utilities code 122-263 are modifications to the outdoor water restrictions ordinance during declared drought, pages 52 to 54. 122-264 is a new code pertaining to variance requests during declared emergencies, pages 54 to 55. And lastly, in Utility Code 122-267 is a new code regarding water waste with outdoor water use, pages 55. Getting into the Vehicles for Hire ordinance, this is chapter 126. 126-26 to 126-62 are modifications to the record code based upon private sector input, pages 55 to 60. Getting into the zoning ordinance, chapter 134. 134-1 are zoning definitions, which include new definitions for assembly hall, drenation drop boxes, dumpsters, poultry, and self-service fuel sales. There's also revisions to club and private lodge, convenience store, single-family dwelling, and variance. 134-7 is a new code pertaining to, or new requirements pertaining to the permitting of poultry on page 62. 134-37 are modifications to the special land use permit regarding private schools in industrial areas. That's located on page 62. 134-94 is a revision to the powers of the Board of Zoning Appeals regarding sidewalks and poultry, pages 62 and 63. 134-121 is a correction in our reference to the official code of Georgia, page 63. 134-129 is removal of the hazardous tree ordinance, as this is a civil issue between property owners, page 64. 134-134 is a new code to install visual and sound mitigation measures between non-residentially zoned properties and nearby residentially zoned properties, located on page 64. 134-191 is a correction to the summary and bulk regulations so that the table and the verbiage comply together, pages 65 to 68. 134-202.1 is a removal of the Continuing Care Retirement Community District, pages 69 to 74. 134-203 to 134-203.3 are modifications to the RSL ordinance to incorporate those scenarios for multi-stage housing and care facilities, page 74 to 77. 134-213 all the way to 231 are a number of codes. I'm not going to read all of these off. These are all revisions to the definitions and permitted uses within all commercial and industrial districts. 134-287 is a new code for regulating of donation drop boxes, pages 80 to 83. 134-288 is a new code for the regulation of dumpsters on residential properties, page 83. And lastly, 134-313 is a modification to the sign ordinance as it relates to electronic signs at places of worship and some clarification on permanent or temporary window signs, page 83. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would request you to please open up the public hearing, and after that, we'll be happy to take any comments or questions from the board.
Thank you, Dana. We're going to open up the public hearing for code amendments. Again, this public hearing is for the code amendments being proposed that Dana just went through the overview on. To help us follow along with your comments, if you could help us by telling us which page, in what section you're talking to, that'd help us. So each speaker will have 3 minutes, and Ms. Barnes, you're first.
Right, I don't know what page it is on, but I need to reference the grass ordinance with the 12 inches and 10%.
Okay, first of all, Amy, let me have
yes,
your
Amy Barnes from
there you
Marietta.
go. Got it. Okay.
My issue with that is that this would subject homeowners to severe overreach should somebody decide to maliciously send code enforcement out on people. I mean, if you remove the 10%, you're removing reason from that code. And the big problem is if you remove that 10%, they could say, oh, one reed was higher than an inch. I mean 12 inches. So, and furthermore, what this does is it chisels out land usage rights of someone's tall decorative grass that could be 10% of their property. Now, I think that if land use rights are going to be chiseled out from homeowners due to increased restrictions via code enforcement amendments, these people need to be grandfathered in and exempt from that, or be paid for that. That is a land right use that is being stripped off of a homeowner. As someone who has dealt extensively with code enforcement being maliciously called out on my entire neighborhood, I object most extensively and strenuously to the removal of the 10% off of the tall grass ordinance amendment as proposed. Because I think what this would do is this would cause severe overreach with code enforcement. We don't need to make it a single read and somebody gets a $1,000 ticket. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Rich Pellegrino, Mableton. Are we talking about the bridge now?
No, sir.
No, okay. Well, that's only partly in jest, because my issue is with the process. If this is a public hearing on, I don't know, dozens and dozens of code issues, I mean, how could anyone in the public be expected to address all of those issues? I mean, I can list dozens of that I have questions about. So, I mean, if it's truly a public hearing, the public should have the opportunity to deal with each one of those issues, and we don't have the time tonight to do that. So I'm asking for that to be tabled so that we can have time as the public, if this is a democracy. And the other thing is, I thought Republicans were against government regulation. I mean, I've never heard so many new regulations proposed here. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, but I just thought that. So, I mean, I can start listing some of the issues I have, but I know there's other pressing issues here tonight. So I'm asking if we're going to have a hearing on code changes, which are basically new laws that regulate so many aspects of our lives. You're talking about employment people's livelihoods at establishments that serve liquor. I mean, I don't know what new restrictions you're putting on based on their past records and so forth. I mean, the state now is going to ban the box so we don't ask people about their past record. So, I mean, I'd like to go one by one through these, and whatever process we could do that, I'm open to. I'll defer to give the people that have, I'm sure, individual instances that they'd like to talk about. But I object to this process. It's not a public hearing or a democratic hearing about new laws and regulations that regulate every aspect of our lives. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Chairman, Commissioners, James Stetson with the Council for Quality Growth. Council appreciates the opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed zoning and land use development code amendments and would like to offer comments and suggestions on how the amendment language can be improved to ensure that Cobb County continues to be a leading example for balanced growth and high quality development in our region. We'd like to commend the community development staff for preparing the proposed code amendments and recommend approval specifically to the proposed destination marketing district, section 114, 123, 114, 139, which we believe will serve to improve upon and support the travel and tourism efforts in the county, as well as the amendments to variance definitions, section 134.1 in the zoning code to allow for the Board of Commissioners approval of variances, which will support development by creating a more expedited zoning process. The council would also like to bring the following concerns to your attention as you consider amendment package and respectfully request these potential hindrances to quality development are addressed prior to adoption. Zoning Code Amendment Section 134.134. Non-residentially zoned properties when adjacent to or nearby residentially zoned property shall be required to incorporate noise and visual abatement measures. The council is concerned this language is too broad and will have unintended consequences on a significant amount of future development in the county. We understand that landscape buffers are a desired and effective measure to mitigate any noise associated with commercial development adjacent to single-family homes. The proposed amendment, however, would affect all developments, including mixed-use and multifamily projects, and as written could negatively impact the aesthetic quality and sense of place that can be achieved by allowing for the development of mixed land uses within an area. Due to the impact of this requirement would have on economic development in the county, the council requests the county's community development staff be directed to work with stakeholders in the development community to identify appropriate language that will not hinder but support quality development while addressing noise and visual abatement concerns. Zoning Code Amendment Section 134.202 to 134.203, the elimination of the CCRC district and amendments to RSL districts. As a contributing member of the county's Continuing Care Retirement Community Committee, both in 2008 and 2014, that played a meaningful role in developing the current CCRC code, the council is especially concerned with the elimination of this district. The proposed amendments to the RSL districts do not sufficiently provide for the development of high-quality assisted living and senior housing developments that are possible within the current CRCC zoning. The proposed changes limit density and restrict development to specific areas in the county, which can in turn affect the affordability and access to health care and amenities for residents. These restrictions can make developing quality senior housing in Cobb County overly cost prohibitive, creating a barrier to the county's residents with the ability to age in place. The council recommends revising the RSL districts to provide greater flexibility with regard to overall density. This flexibility is necessary for senior housing developments to be economically feasible due to the cost of health care services. These revisions should include removing the maximum allowable unit requirement or increasing it to 500 units in all areas. The RSL supportive and non-supportive districts should also be revised to allow building height of at least 4 stories in all areas of the county. This height allows for seniors to be located in closer proximity to the
Thank
service.
you, Mr. Touchton. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
I am Doug Davis with the East Cobb Civic Association. Let's go to page 61, single-family dwelling unit. Allowing maximum number of cars parked outside the garage from 3 to 4. Many driveways today do not have room for 4 cars. We do not see any restriction on parking these cars on the right-of-way. The ECCA recommends that the following be added. All cars must be parked on the driveway, not on the right-of-way. Let's jump to page 62, section 134-7, poultry. Why the change? What does this amendment do? It simply allows more people to have backyard chickens. Why? How many variances has the county had requesting backyard chickens? Why change something that's not broke? Cobb County has numerous subdivisions developed in the 70s and 80s that have lots between 1 and 2 acres. Under the existing code, these subdivisions could rely on a public hearing that would allow them to oppose backyard chickens. What happens if this amendment is adopted? No HOA? Done deal. HOA without covenant to prevent backyard chickens? Lengthy and expensive process to change the covenants. HOA with covenants to prevent backyard chickens. Possible expensive litigation to defend their covenants. This is an undue burden on subdivisions that do not want backyard chickens. The ECCA recommends that this code amendment not be adopted. However, if you insist on this change, we recommend that the 1 acre minimum be allowed in unplatted subdivisions only. Another point concerning the existing code and the amendment. Both require a fenced area. My neighbor has an existing split rail fence with wire. I can sit on my deck and patio and see everything in his backyard. If his lot is 1 acre, does this fence allow him to have backyard chickens? The ECCA recommends that the type fence be defined, possibly 8-foot solid privacy fence that does not allow the chickens to escape the backyard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam. I'm with East Cobb Civic Association, and I'm continuing our recommendations on the January code amendments. On pages 65 through 68, we want to thank the staff for updating the chart that provides an easy comparison of all the zoning categories that matches the code. We would also ask if staff could look at the drawings that are in each section of the code to make sure they match the existing code. This would help to avoid any confusion as to whether a variance is required on a piece of property. With regard to pages 74 through 77, combining the CCRC code into the RSL code, ECCA believes that this is a definite improvement. We do have a few additions and recommendations to make. First, we would recommend that staff take a look at the impervious surface limitations with regard to HDR. Section 134-203.1 RSL supportive facilities limitations T is changed to allow 70% impervious surface in HDR. Yet in section 134-203-3 RSL non-supportive urban rental units limitations O, the maximum allowed is 55%. Given a maximum height of 8 stories, HDR is a likely zoning category for this type of facility. We believe there is an inconsistency here. Second, also under 134-203.1 RSL supported facilities limitations, we would recommend an additional limitation X. No staff parking, delivery, or trash removal area will be adjacent to any existing more restrictive residential zoning category. These are uses that cause noise and light disturbances to the existing homeowners, including the comings and goings of staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Third, on page 77, line 14, regarding RSL non-supportive residential units, change S, we would recommend it be changed to read maximum building height of 2 stories and 35 feet. This is more restrictive than a residential zoning and would discourage building a residence large enough to handle many children and would be keeping more in the ideas of an RSL unsupported facility. Fourth, we recommend that a definition be added to the Cobb County Code for underground parking, not only for RSL, but any multi-story building. Two definitions were suggested by community development when the CCRC code was revisited recently, and I have included them in my email that I sent to you on Monday on the last page. This would clear up any question as to whether parking under a building should be considered a story or not, especially in the RSL supported or RSL urban rental units. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. Community Development has given us a good draft amendment, and we support many of the changes and proposals that are being made. We support decreasing burdensome uses on existing properties. Only question is, I know that Chapter 134 is referenced, and I don't see any direction for any type of remedy for repeated violations. We really appreciate tightening up the solid waste ordinance, in particular as it relates to 102-71. I know that many neighborhoods along Canton Highway are going to be able to sleep much more soundly as a result of this change. Thank you. The new ordinance, property maintenance under administration and enforcement, that's 134-34. A lot of questions about this, and perhaps it does need to be held for further discussion. It was not clear to me, I know that I was at least one of the parties that requested something like this in terms of noise abatement. It never occurred to me that it would become an issue of mixed use adjacent to residential. We saw it more as a problem of industrial uses next to residential, where you had significant amount of noise, perhaps in an older use, maybe that was a non-conforming use that was impacting nearby neighborhoods. So those questions that I would have would be, is this only going to apply to new development? Is it going to address existing development where there's a problem, maybe a non-conforming use? What does it take to trigger action by the county to enforce these provisions? What burden of proof is on the residents? Are photos needed to document a before and after view of tree buffer that once existed but was removed? How are we to document the noise? What level of noise will trigger a code enforcement action? Will there be an effective date for the above to apply to existing properties, or would this only apply to a new property? Exempting walls and fences from height and location requirements might result in an inadequate buffer. Can this ordinance work in tandem with the burdensome uses ordinance and with 134-31 non-conforming uses? In short, what can be done to make this effective and enforceable? We support removal of the CCRC ordinance. That has been a very challenging ordinance, and I sat on both the original committee that drafted and on the committee when it was revisited, and the committee was just not able to come to any consensus on what needed to be done. And I know that ECCA has done a lot of work on the RSL provisions, and I would defer to their comments on that. Finally, support the electronic sign ordinance on places used for religious places of religious worship, which are located on an arterial roadway.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Craig Harfoot. I live in Cobb County. The motel tax amendment on here, it seems like tax a tourist, it's a good idea. But as I was looking at the end result of this, why don't we add to this list a toll for the bridge to pay for the bridge? And keep our because I looked on the internet today and I saw Lithia Springs Hotel, $50. I know Cumberland's not $50. Now, the whole idea of the bridge is to get the people from the hotel to the stadium, so I don't think I'd slap them when they're looking up the tickets right there next to the thing. I'd keep that price down and then hit them with the toll when they want to cross the bridge. I think that's really good thinking. And it's consistent with, what you guys like to do. So I wanted that out there. So you know, you're doing the toll lanes for the interstate, hey, and you can do a variable rate. It costs not a nickel when there's not a game, and it can cost $10 when there's a game. You know, it's real good thinking. So the next thing I wanted to say is about, I don't know what they did with the chicken thing, but I'm lucky. I got a guy at work, lives in Franklin County, brings me a dozen fresh eggs every week for $3. I wouldn't think of raising a chicken for $3, but times are tough. And anything you do, I mean, chicken lays eggs, you know, they don't crow, roosters crow. So anyhow, I don't see why you don't let people eat. And I mean, this guy had said 8-foot fence. I remember you ran Taffy Rice out of the county for having an 8-foot fence, you know? So they gotta be 6 foot, don't they? But chain link, I don't know. Neighbor put one up, 6 foot, ugly. Ruined my view of my backyard. But that's his right. So next thing I'd talk about is the ideas about these buffers. Now, when they built that cobblestone right there on Johnson's Ferry nearby my house, all the people in the back were going, oh, we don't want to see construction. Well, then they built these tall, big things, and now they've got these nice houses. And the people in the back that lives in the old post-property apartments that are condos now, they're not so nice. But, you know, I'm sure these people don't want to look at them. So, yeah, I would have planted some fast growth trees there, you know? But you got to think about this stuff. But everything isn't what it appears. And I'm running out of time, so good night.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Tony Debkin, and I live in Marietta. Talking about pages 8 through 14 on blasting. I'm looking at this as a public safety issue. I wouldn't have cared about this, except we live, a number of us, near Z98, where it's quite possible that blasting will be required to cut the hill down for the proposed shopping center that goes there. And it looks to me that if you look at the things, all the teeth are cut out of the blasting regulations, unless I'm missing something, which I may be, because there may be other standards which were put in place that I don't know about. But page 9, section 18.362, blasting activity within 450 feet. I happen to live within 450 feet of where the blasting might take place, if it does. They're eliminating seismographs, where you can tell if the blasting actually damages your house or if you know, a kid threw a rock at it instead. Number 5 under 18.362A, drill hole depth is limited to a maximum of 20 feet. Except in a mine, where would you want to drill deeper than 20 feet to do blasting? The record-keeping section on page 10 has basically, the requirements have been eliminated. And the section 11, or page 11, section 18.365, blast vibration monitoring. All blasts must be monitored, etc., has just been completely removed. If I were there, I would like to have a seismograph so I could determine if the blasting actually caused damage to my house. The next page 12, the whole section on pre-blast and post-blast condition surveys, that's very important. What if your house is damaged by blasting? You want to have someone look at it before the blast takes place and after the blast takes place to see if the blast caused the damage. We've actually had such damage when other, not blasting, other vibration situations occurred. We live in a mountainous area, well, a hilly area of West Cobb. And I'm really concerned for another section, the next one here, it's on page 13, subsection 2. In addition to within 450 feet, the area from 1,000 to 2,000 feet, that's also been eliminated. I may be missing something here. Perhaps a state law took the place of all this or something, but it looks to be like a very, very bad idea to eliminate restrictions on blasting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Johnson. I am a Cobb County resident and have my family here in Cobb County. And I respectfully ask that the commissioners look at the unintended consequences from page 61 of single-family home parking, of increasing the amount of parking outside the home, raising it to 4 cars. I think that those unintended consequences will harm our quality of life. We have density in our neighborhood, and multiple cars are being parked in houses that have excess people living there. And the code is really the only thing that we have protecting us from that. When the code enforcement comes to check on these houses that have these multiple cars there, the people may not be there, and the multiple parking cars is the only thing that we have protecting us from this density that's causing problems with parking, and the density is causing too much traffic, having all those extra cars on our roads. It's something that we have to watch our children because of the extra cars on the road, and I think that the commissioners should take a really close study at all the neighbors that are affected by this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Gravis, and I'm a Cobb County resident. I'm here to talk to Chapter 114-123, pages 32 to 38. As I said, I'm a resident of Cobb County. I also work in Cobb County as Vice President of Sales for Clear Channel Outdoor, and I'm very involved with Cobb Travel and Tourism through the Cobb Sports Alliance. I wanted to take this opportunity to speak in support of the creation of a Destination Marketing Special Services District and the collection of an economic development fee of $3 per room night. I believe that this is essential to the growth of Cobb's convention, trade shows, tourism, hospitality, and group tours. What's the benefit to Cobb County? This revenue will allow Cobb County to be competitive with regional rival communities to attract and win tourism, events that will benefit our local partners in the tourism community. Travel and tourism is a proven economic driver, leading Cobb as its #1 industry at $2.75 billion. Growth in this space impacts job creation. In fact, an additional 2,000 jobs were added to the industry in the last year alone, bringing the total to 32,000 employees in the industry. Cobb Travel and Tourism is uniquely positioned to lead this growth. Cobb Travel and Tourism is the only organization positioned to market Cobb's travel and tourism assets effectively and efficiently in the coming years. CT&T will work strategically with county, city, and private partners to support and grow efforts that enhance the county's tourism industry. I urge you to support this initiative. The impact on Cobb County is undeniable. Management of our marketing resources is imperative. There are tremendous new growth engines, tourism growth engines, coming to Cobb in the next 5 years and beyond, creating the need to increase our overall sales and marketing efforts for the county. CT&T must be supported with the right level of dedicated, sustainable, long-term resources to professionally and adequately meet Cobb County's needs. We need to capitalize on this growth for the benefit of the county and its residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other speakers for our code amendment public hearing? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Johnson, as you outlined, today was our first public hearing. We've got quite a few comments that came in from the community. Would you guys, meaning your department, take a look at some of those comments and give us your thoughts on what the recommendations that came from the different folks? So we have the board has a feel for what your thoughts are on some of the recommendations. In addition, I know the board provided you with some thoughts as well. So we look forward to, I guess February 9th would be the next public hearing. is that correct?
That is correct. On February 9th, we bring forward the recommendations from the Planning Commission. After the recommendation of the Planning Commission are brought forward, then draft 2 of the code amendment package is put together and distributed for public comment, which would then have a final public hearing on February the 23rd.
Perfect. Are there any comments from the board? Commissioner Burrow?
These are also on the community development website. And is there a way to comment other than the public hearings that we have scheduled?
I've had a number of groups that have emailed me and emailed the commissioners about their thoughts on it.
Right,
And that's a
but
great way for people
a
to
form.
incorporate their thoughts.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Commissioner?
Thank you, Chairman. I had met with Community Development prior to today's meeting and addressed some of my questions during that meeting, but have some additional questions and comments that I'm asking for your consideration this evening. Some which may reflect some of the questions here tonight. Before I even mistakenly duplicate my efforts, when we had our agenda session, we provided that some commissioners had already asked you questions or made comment and that you would get that back to the commissioners. Is that going to be done at a later date so we can be aware of all the
I
questions that
sent each commissioner their thoughts back to them individually, but I can share it with the whole board if that's what the desire is of the board.
Okay, yes, that'd be helpful to have. But the first one had to pertain to the definitions in Chapter 6, which I had discussed about the tailgating section, which refers to alcohol may not be sold, given away, or shared. And there was some discussion about just keeping the term sold as opposed to given away or shared, which would be very difficult to monitor in that setting. Also, I have some concern with respect to Section 6-90 with respect to changing the powers of the License Review Board. From my understanding of this section is that it gives the board the ability to make final decisions on matters as opposed to having servers be able to appeal to the board. And I'm concerned, particularly after today's work session, that it seems to severely limit the appeal options for servers without limiting the option for those who have businesses that have the permits. And I'm concerned about due process where a business can appeal to the Board of Commissioners, but with respect to an individual server, they just have to take the final disposition of the board, and their only option is to appeal in court, which would be much more expensive for an individual server, at least be much more burdensome to them than an actual restaurateur. So I'm just curious to know what is the policy consideration behind limiting it for the individual server?
The policy on that was, or the consideration on that was to expedite things for the servers for a decision. Because a lot of times when you're going between the License Review Board to the Board of Commissioners, that could take anywhere between 60 and 90 days where that person is not really able to do their job. And a lot of times they're getting reassigned to expedite food to tables, which is a lot less money for that particular individual. So our thought process on this was to really help people out in getting a decision faster so that we could help them be successful in their career.
I wonder if there's a way to perhaps marry both objectives because they're not necessarily in conflict as we're trying to be mindful of the server. I know that there have been some individual instances where the server desired to appeal to the board because they wanted further consideration, and would just ask for us to maybe look at how we can accomplish both objectives. Some of these are technical questions which I'm going to ask you offline. I'll just take time to answer the ones that I have most significant concern about tonight. I have a question regarding Fire Watch in 54-62, which is a new code section. Wow, Jay is quick.
I will not be able to answer. The fire marshal will definitely come in and help you with this one.
Good
Yes,
evening.
Commissioner Key.
Yes, thank you. I was curious to know how somebody who falls under this code section would be on notice that the fire marshal would need to be engaged in their activity.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Yes.
that?
How would somebody whose activity falls under here know that the fire marshal would need to be engaged in their activity? The only thing I think of is like a concert where they might have, that's the example that came to mind, where they might have things blasting, where somebody might need to have oversight. Would they know by looking at this what particular activity they need to have?
They would not
consideration?
know themselves. What we are attempting to do with this part of the ordinance is prepare for some of the entertainment venues that we're getting with the new development, especially in the south part of the county, but we're getting some more entertainment type activities going on around KSU. They're having many events at the soccer stadium. So what we are getting in the fire marshal's office is different events than we've gotten in the past. Shaky Boots was one event that they had at KSU. They had about 30,000 people over the weekend. And we're getting requests from some of these organizations, and you see that that's part of this, to perform a fire watch for certain types of activities that they have going on.
Okay.
And what we're trying to do is give us the ability to accommodate those requests,
Okay.
because we don't have the tools to do that right now.
I received that.
And we're also anticipating some things where we have, like you were talking about, overcrowding in some areas, and we may have some fire watch stuff with that.
Okay.
And even though the fire watch is a common thing and everybody has heard about it, when you get into the specifics of it, in the code, some things are left up to us to define based on the activities that we have in our jurisdiction.
Okay.
So that was my goal with putting
I
that
see.
that ordinance together.
Okay, I appreciate that, and it seems that some of the interaction is actually initiated by those that are performing the conduct that's underneath this code section.
That's correct.
Okay.
Some of the film permits that we've had some of those folks request fire watches, and we worked that out, but this gives us a better tool to do that with.
Okay, very good. Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I have an additional question regarding 78-406.2 on page 19, which refers to limiting parking in certain areas. I know you and I talked about this, but from reading the code section, I'm gathering that this primarily applies to special events, not necessarily a standalone continuing activity at a particular location.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, that clarifies some additional questions. Okay, the section on burdensome use on existing properties, I appreciate your follow-up with legal. I see this falls into the public nuisance category, and one of the speakers addressed what are some of the, corrective actions that would be taken if somebody falls under here, or what some of the remedies could be. Can activity here just go through the general nuisance abatement process? I mean, is that?
Well, the nuisance abatement process itself is really about removing and tearing down a structure that's unsound or unsafe. And I think what we're dealing with in this particular case is more a business that is not handling some of the criminal elements that might be occurring on a particular property.
Mm-hmm.
And that's trying to give us a tool where we can try and address some of those deficiencies on dealing with safety and security at their business. So nuisance abatement, we really couldn't go in and tear down a property, which is what the nuisance abatement process is for, because it doesn't meet the criteria that we would be successful when we challenge this in front of a judge.
Okay. I had the ability to look at some similar ordinances, and some other states seem to be able to address this from a crime perspective through their state nuisance abatement laws. And just comparing the state of Georgia's nuisance abatement laws to some of their states, it seems to provide the general framework to permit that there could be additional corrective action. So I would just ask if we can just take a look at what's being implemented in some other localities to see if we can make this more robust. Yeah. Let's see. I have some concern, and I think this is a pretty significant code change for us is 86-60 with solicitation and distribution on public arterial and collector roads. And just doing some general research on how this has been implemented in other parts of the country, this really gets to panhandling. And I know that this looks at the time, place, and manner of which that conduct occurs, but I'm just wondering, the public policy behind this addresses safety of those who are pedestrians and safety of those driving. And I'm just wondering, do we have a history of accidents occurring between those who are engaged in that activity?
Well, I can't be specific about that because I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that we do have, this is not something that we enjoy talking about, but we do have a number of unfortunate incidents of vehicles and pedestrian interactions, which usually ends up in serious injury and harm to the pedestrian. So we're trying to find ways to protect public safety.
Okay. Does this, when this impacts solicitation, I mean, we see everything from people selling newspapers out on the side of the road. Are they covered by this ordinance?
Anybody who is doing any kind of solicitation, distribution of any material would be covered by this code.
Okay, so let's say you have people who are, sometimes you have kids who are at a fast food place, they may be doing a car wash. Do they have the ability to stand on the sidewalk with a sign and
Absolutely.
encourage people to come in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It does not impact any type of speech as it relates to speech in public right-of-way or on private property. It would not impact that at all.
Okay, 'cause part of this code section states that anybody who is soliciting donations, trying to find a specific code section, but it prohibits them from being 4 feet from within the right-of-way. So if somebody's out there with a sign who is soliciting donations, even if it's from that type of activity, I'm reading that they would be prohibited from that. And let me see if I can find a specific line. So anyway, I would just ask if we take a look at that. I don't want it to be so onerous that we are limiting,
We will, Commissioner.
yeah, that kind of activity. Finally, with let's see, the destination marketing district. I know you and I talked about this. I'm looking at the map that was provided on where this activity would have occurred. And from my understanding that this district does not apply to all unincorporated areas of Cobb County. That the areas that it does apply to are separated within 4 zones. However, only 3 out of the 4 zones, okay, there's 3 out of the 4 zones would be impacted by, would be monetarily impacted by this code provision.
And that's because the 4th area is already paying that fee based upon Cumberland's Special Service District 1.
When you say they're already paying that fee, what does the fee go towards?
That is a $3 fee that the Board of Commissioners approved, and that is part of the money that's being used to support the stadium, as well as money being used to support the circulator in the Cumberland area.
Does that, do those fees go towards promotion of tourism outside of the circulator?
I don't think they do, Commissioner.
Okay, because then I would ask for consideration for exemption of the South Cobb area that's already has a district as well that helps to promote that area through some of their activity. And right now they have the additional 3 mil, 3.5 mil assessment on their property. And some of that activity does go towards wayfinding, signage, and other things to, I guess, promote the infrastructure of that area. And I'll be honest with the board, and I'll let you know that I've had a couple of people in the hotel industry share with me their concerns about this particular request. And I'll say that Cobb County Travel and Tourism Board, they do need to be robustly supported, and their activity does help promote the county. But in assessing where our current hotel motel dollars go and looking at the hotel motel tax collection, right now our hotels are already burdened with an 8% hotel motel tax collection. Out of that 8%, 62.5% goes towards the Cobb Galleria, 37.5% goes to Cobb County. But out of those funds, I've seen from 2010 to 2015, anywhere from 68 to 97% of those funds went to the Performing Arts Center. So the continuing concern that some hotels have had is that they've been paying this 8% for their hotels outside of the Central Cumberland area, but they have not necessarily seen the return on those hotel motel tax dollars throughout the county. Also, when you look at what's currently being assessed from hotel motel tax collections, we have the state additional funds, which is outside of this activity, to support transportation. And now we're looking at adding from that additional $5, now adding an additional $3 per night per stay. And all I would say is that for some of the businesses that are outside of where a lot of the funds are already going to support hotel and motel tax activity for the county, they want it to be very clearly articulated of how they're going to benefit from this. And from looking at the section, it does provide in a general basis on how the hotel motel tax is going to support the county, but again, their hotel and motel tax dollars have already been going towards supporting tourism, and they haven't seen that return. So now to add an additional $3, they want to have some confidence that that's going to go directly to benefit the areas where their hotels are located. And I would just ask that there be something to articulate that so I can better support this with confidence, because it is clear from looking at where our dollars are going that limited dollars are going to the Travel and Tourism Board. I believe that's all I have, but give me 1 second. Let me see, I have one more tab here. The poultry section here. Anybody who doesn't fall within this section here, they can still go through the variance process that the board has.
That is correct. What this code would do is it would, first of all, it would define poultry, which is not currently defined in the code. It would provide an administrative process where someone would not have to go through a variance process in order to have backyard chickens. And then for those that cannot comply with the full aspect of the code, they would have a variance process that would allow for the Board of Zoning Appeals and the Board of Commissioners to make considerations for those alterations.
Okay. And as a speaker suggested, if somebody has a 1 acre minimum, this code alleviates them from having to go through that process.
If you're between 1 and 2 acres, you would no longer need to get a variance. Let me rephrase that. If you're between 1 and 2 acres and you meet all of the contents of the code, being the coop is behind the house, that you're off the setbacks, that you meet all of those requirements, then you would not be required to obtain a variance any longer if this gets approved.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dana. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Weatherford.
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, I know that you've afforded all the commissioners a chance to review this. I know you and I have met on several occasions to go through most of these in detail. I would ask that any of the revisions that you see fit to tweak between now and the next public hearing, if we could have that opportunity again, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely, sir.
Especially in the areas, there's some things that maybe we need to look at on the blasting ordinances and those kind of things. And I'd like also go on record that I'm fully supportive of the special service districts. Some of the things that are been prohibitive for Cobb Travel and Tourism to receive revenues was a legislative action done way back in the 70s, and this is one attempt to do that. I do know and have spoken with the Hotel Motel Council and their president, and they're in full support of this as well. There may be isolated hotels here and there, but the council on the whole is. So I'd like to go on record and say I'm in fully support of this special service district, and you and I can get together and discuss any changes before the next public hearing. Thank you.
If I may make one note about the blasting code, I know a gentleman came forward with a lot of concerns about the blasting code, and in speaking with our fire marshal, he did let me know that all the changes we did last year were to align our code with the state code as it relates to blasting. So every single one of his concerns that he mentioned are all covered under the state code. Seismic readings, everything from distance requirements are all covered through our state code, so that the gentleman still has protection as it relates to state law, and we're just trying to make sure that our codes and the state codes are meshing together.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board about code amendments?
Just one.
Commissioner Burrow.
Yes, thank you, Dana, for all the time and effort gone into these. I too would like to get with you again after some revisions and changes that we've suggested and heard tonight as well from the public. On the Destination Marketing Service District is the map that we received online too with that.
It is not yet, but we can certainly do that.
Okay, that would be very helpful and for the public to see the outline areas or the boundaries of where this would be implemented if it's approved.
What we'll do is we'll take the entire resolution, which would be something that the Board of Commissioners would need to approve at the February 23rd meeting in addition to the code change. That resolution would actually enact a $3 fee if the board approves that particular agenda item, and the map goes along with that, and we'll include that entire package on there so everybody will be able to see both the code and the resolution that goes along with it.
Okay, and one thing I'd like to, I guess, point out with respect to that is if it is adopted, then all the hotels in that area would be charged that rate or would charge that rate to their customers. So you're not going to have somebody that's a hotel in the same area that's not going to be covered. I mean, they're all going to be equal. They can't say, no, I'm not going to charge it, or yes, I am going to charge it. So they're not competing, with different rates for one or the other as far as this fee.
That is correct, Commissioner. If somebody is if this is approved and hotels in those areas are within it, then all of those hotels would be equally charged that $3 fee. And another point is as the way that special service districts work, and I'll certainly look for our legal counsel on this in case I screw this up. But my understanding is that the services being provided have to be within the districts that are created. So if we are adding or removing areas, that'll have an impact on how the proceeds from this particular taxing mechanism can be used. And I'm very happy to see a lawyer step up right now.
Yes, that's correct. I'm Julie Livingston. The monies that are collected will be spent in those districts for those services. If the proposed code amendment is adopted and the resolution is enacted, then we would come back to the board with a specific agreement to provide for those services. So they would be specified what the services, the monies are going to be spent on, and in what areas, and it would be those different areas that are identified in the map where it's being collected. So you would also have another opportunity at that time to identify those services.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Thank you, Dana. Our next tab is tab 11. On our first public comment, commissioners, I've been asked for two requests to consider, the board to consider. The first is whether or not we would be willing to move the comment section for the evening, for the end of the meeting, which I would imagine is tab 16. If we could move the speakers signed up for tab 16, our public comment portion for the end of the meeting, if it could be moved up to be presented in concurrence with tab 11, and if the board has no objection, I'd like to honor that request. Just, we'll get to that in a minute, Commissioner. The second request I've had is to allow additional speakers to speak. As you know, we have 6 speakers that can sign up for each speaking period, each speaking for a total of 5 minutes, which would give us about an hour worth of comment. We've been asked to extend that. To do so requires a motion, a second, and a 4/5 vote to do so. I would encourage this board that if we move along those route, that we take into consider limiting the number of folks, as we have many folks here. And then I would also entertain a recommendation as how, if we do add additional spots for 5 minutes, as to how many we're going to add, is how do we determine who those additional speakers would be. So I open that for the board for consideration. Just for clarity, the board has already agreed that we will move the 6 speakers already signed up for the second public meeting to follow immediately after this 6 speakers signed up for the first public comment. The question before us is to consider adding additional speakers for 5 minutes each. Should we put a limit on the number of those folks? And if so, how would we go about determining who should speak? And that'll require a 4/5 vote. Now, to Commissioner Ott's request, as soon as we get done determining what we're going to do, we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we get into public comment. Yes, Commissioner Ott.
The board has done this once before, and instead of adding speakers for 5 minutes, I think what we did was we increased the number and made it 3 minutes. I think the last time that the board did this, it was increased to 20 speakers for 3 minutes each, which was still an hour, but it allowed almost 3 times as many, well, twice as many people to speak.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner. Any other comments? Commissioner Burrow?
I have no problem with adding speakers and hearing from everyone, but I do think in the essence of time and long hours being here, we could reduce the minutes allowed, or we could look at the folks who haven't had a chance to sign up, and if they're already, and I'm just throwing out an arbitrary number, 10 people signed up to speak on parks or another item, then if you have people that are here to speak on parks and you've already heard from 10 people, could they kind of do it collectively and speak together? I'm just, throwing out an idea. Okay, well then, why don't we get the people who are not signed up on the first 2 timesheets at the break to sign up to speak and see how many are left that didn't get an opportunity to sign up? And limit their time to 3 minutes.
All our 12 spots are already filled up.
Right, I'm saying a third sheet for the people who aren't on the first 2 sheets to see how many are left that didn't get an opportunity to sign up. And then we'll hear from them for 3 minutes. If that's what. Nobody like my idea.
Well, I appreciate the input.
I'm just.
As I mentioned,
We need a motion.
as I mentioned, will require a motion and a second and a 4/5 vote.
Chairman, just for clarification, are we following the suggestion of adding more speakers for 3 minutes apiece?
I think we've gotten some recommendations. I don't think we've gotten a motion.
Okay.
All right,
I
I'll
don't
make a
think there's
motion.
been a motion put together.
I'll make a motion that we increase the number of speakers to 20 and limit all of the speakers to 3 minutes apiece.
So there's a motion before us to increase the total number of speakers to 20, limiting to 3 minutes each. Is there a second to that motion?
I want a second, I'm only concerned.
Pardon me?
I want to second it, my only concern is, do we have more than 8 additional people who want to speak, you know? Yeah,
Well-
only 2 people have approached me with respect to, I don't know. So I just hope, if we go on break, does that mean everybody in the audience is gonna be, you know, clamoring and running up here for those 8 slots? I don't know how this could work logistically if there's that many people who weren't able to sign up, particularly if somebody's sitting in the back and some people are sitting in the front.
Why don't we do this? Let's take our 5-minute break. If you have a desire to speak at public comment and you're not signed up as of yet, if you would come up and add your name to a list, and when we get back from our 5-minute break, we'll see how many folks are on that list, and the board will then entertain how to manage through that process. So if your name is already listed as one of the sign-up folks on the first list or the second list, there's no need for you to follow up with adding your name additionally. If you approach the area where the officer is earlier to sign up for public speaking and the spots we're taking, and you still desire to speak, we would ask that you please come back up and put your name legibly on the sheet so that we can get an idea of how many folks additionally want to speak. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, which will take us to 9:21. Please don't feel that we need to have a rush to the front. If we don't get it done in 5 minutes, we'll take some time and let you guys get up and sign it up. So if you haven't signed up and you have a desire to speak, please come up at this time and sign your name on the sheet next to the officer. Officer Ott will help us with this. And since this is going to potentially be used for a roll call, I ask you to please write legibly your name. We'll take a 5-minute break. Good afternoon. We are back. Folks, if we could find our seats, I'd appreciate it. We are back to the Board of Commissioners meeting for January 22nd, 2016. If we could please find our seats, I would appreciate it. I appreciate the cooperation through the break. Before we left the break, there was a desire to add spots for public speaking. We have already accommodated the request to move the spots from the second half up to the first half to follow that. Officer, I believe we've had an additional 5 people sign up that weren't unable to speak earlier. So with that, Commissioner, you had a motion hanging for a total of 20 for 3 minutes, or only 15, or actually it is 6, 12, 4 minutes. So what are you suggesting is each person add the additional 5 folks? The motion is to add 5 folks, give each of them 4 minutes. Is that your motion? Is there a second to that motion? I'll second that motion for the purpose of discussion. So Commissioners, we have an active motion on the floor to add the additional speakers for a total of 25. Did I get that right? No, 6 and 6 is 12. Total of 17 for 4 minutes each. Thank you. And I have seconded that motion. Is there any comment?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The first 12 that signed up will get 4 minutes as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's the motion before us.
That's not really fair, but that's
So
not really
if-
fair because they signed up. They were here and signed up
I understand.
ahead of the others for 5 minutes, which is our normal policy.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, I hear what you're saying, Joanne, because some people do take a lot of time to prepare to speak in that 5 minutes. But I am supportive of adding additional people to speak as well.
Well, I am too, but why not 3 minutes?
For just the additional people? I hear you.
Well, we have a motion. Do we-
No, I got that. We have a motion and we have a second. Is there any other comments, or is there a call to question? The motion carries 3-2, so it does, or the vote is 3-2, with Commissioner Weatherford and Commissioner Burrow in opposition, so it does not carry since it requires a 4/5 vote. So I'll entertain a second motion at this point. Is there another motion to be added to take into consideration adding the additional folks?
I would like to make a motion that we allow 5 additional speakers that signed up at the recess for 3 minutes each. And keep the original 12 at 5 minutes.
I'll second that motion. Is there any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 4-1, Commissioner Ott in opposition, so that motion carries. So we will begin with the first 6 speakers that signed up for the first public comment. We will go to the second list of 6 that were part of the second public comment, and then those will be for 5 minutes, and then we'll add the 5 additional that signed up during the break for an additional 3 minutes each.
The first speaker is Amy Barnes. If you'd come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Amy Barnes. I'm from Marietta, Georgia. And I am here to speak with regards to Magnolia Crossing, as well as a couple of other redevelopment projects. We have a situation brewing with people facing a potential death penalty that homelessness carries with it. We have families facing eviction in the coldest, the harshest weather in the entire year. The South Cobb Redevelopment Agency or Authority has chosen, has engineered, has deliberately picked January and February to evict the poorest of the poor in Cobb County from their housing. Now the argument is it is dilapidated housing, but the reality is Cobb County, the South Cobb Redevelopment Authority chose to buy it out and then continue these living conditions. They did not hold the landlord accountable. the landlord got scot-free out of code enforcement tickets that would otherwise go to homeowners. As far as I'm concerned, this was a buyout to help the landlord, but also to harm the most vulnerable residents that we have in the entire county. These people have disabilities. Some of them have babies. Some of them have frail elderly people. They do not have the resources to move out because they are in that apartment complex because they don't have resources, period. So they are ordered, as of October 15th, to be out by the end of January, as far as my understanding goes. My issue is that we have people with the harshest barriers, the hardest time living ever, to move out in conditions that only normal people could move out on. We have people staying in there until March. I think the month-to-month tenants should be allowed to stay until March, paying something. But it costs 3 times rent in order to move. I've been through 15 moves in my entire life, and I know what it means to have to hire moving trucks, and I know from college experience that it can take up to 2 months to find an apartment complex. Add to that the horrendous expenses, like fleas on an old dog, $50 to $150 in application fees, carving out of rent money, clawing out of food budgets. These people are starving because they have to pay in order to move out pursuant to the edict that was handed to them to move out. This is not their fault. This is not their doing. And we have multiple instances throughout Cobb County history where people have been extensively railroaded. Now, I don't represent these tenants, but I do represent concerns in the community. And I was pulled into a meeting on an emergency basis to bring this to light, to bring poverty to light. When we see homeless men dragged out of the woods dead and frozen, and then we see impending evictions coming on like a freight train, because it can take up to 6 months for a felon to move or somebody with severe poverty to move. That's what they face. They face being dragged out of a corner somewhere, frozen and dead. So I'm wondering if they intended to kill these people by placing them in these opprobrious circumstances. Now, the shining light here is known as Sweetwater Mission. Sweetwater Mission has stepped forward. They are accepting donations still to this day. Sweetwater Mission is the most powerful force that we have to get these people out and into safe housing. And we need to see that this funding that was promised but was failed on, this help that was alleged help that was not help, it was a reimbursement program. These people were misled, they were lied to, they were cheated, and now this funding needs to be paid to Sweetwater Mission ahead of the move to get these people out. Sweetwater does not need that much in resources, maybe $10,000 or $20,000. Is that worth a life to you? What about these redevelopment authorities? These people deserve to live. This funding that was promised needs to be paid right now to Sweetwater Mission. And every one of you who said amen on God is love, you need to be paying the Sweetwater Mission. You need to be putting in your part to reduce crime and save lives and help these families get out of Magnolia Crossing with safety in mind. Because this is about equity.
Thank you,
Power
Ms.
to the
Barnes.
people.
The next speaker is Joe O'Connor. Joe O'Connor, come forward, please.
I don't think I can top that. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Joe O'Connor. In 2008, a referendum to spend $40 million to purchase new land for parks was approved by 190,271 voters. 5 years later, in 2013, Cobb County officials covertly negotiated a deal to issue nearly $400 million in bonds for a ballpark to lure the Atlanta Braves to our county. Just imagine that you were next in line to buy a ticket for a Braves game and someone standing 5 people behind you suddenly ran up and shoved you aside and bought the last 10 tickets that were available and you didn't get in. Most people would be really upset. The Braves deal did the same thing. It ran up to the front of the line and took all the bond money, leaving nothing for the Parks bond, which had already been waiting in line for 5 years. Because the Board of Commissioners immediately approved the $400 million bond for the Braves, and now after 8 years still can't find enough money for the $40 million Parks bond, it's easy to understand why most of the 190,271 voters and supporters are really ticked off. Fortunately for all those voters, this is an election year and where they can take out their frustrations at the polls. Many people don't realize that John Malone is the owner of the Atlanta Braves. He is a multi-billionaire and owns more land in the USA than even Ted Turner. He could have simply written a check for the entire cost of the new stadium without missing the money. But as a savvy and successful businessman, he managed to easily out-negotiate our county representatives, leaving the taxpayers with a giant unwanted debt. In retrospect, maybe we should have asked Donald Trump to do the deal for us. I'm confident that he would have found a way to get the Braves to move to Cobb County without costing the taxpayers one plug nickel. Also, being Don Trump, he might have even arranged for the Braves to give every Cobb County baseball fan a free ticket on opening day. Looking back, the Board of Commissioners went full speed ahead and did nearly anything and everything possible to finalize and quickly sign the memorandum of understanding in order to complete the Braves deal. With that in mind, the Cobb Parks Coalition members and their supporters are merely requesting that the Board of Commissioners apply that same effort, speed, and cooperation to quickly find a fair, intelligent, and reasonable process or method to locate the full amount of the money to fund the 2008 Parks Bond referendum. In addition, I would also suggest that the Board of Commissioners, the Recreation Department, the Recreation Board, the Finance Department, the Legal Department, and the County Manager come together as soon as possible and judiciously examine the funding challenges and problems and seek short and long-term permanent solutions. We must eliminate the need for costly and periodic park bond referendums. I believe that it is the responsibility of our county government to routinely provide the leadership and the necessary funding to apprehend and develop green space for great parks that meet the needs of all our communities. I also believe that parks and public spaces are essential as community playgrounds that perpetually provide safe and quality of life environments for its citizens. Cobb County green spaces should be acquired yearly and developed and expanded in a specific relationship to the size of its population in combination with any relevant information provided by the current land use plan. And finally, here's some famous words of wisdom by Mark Twain that are worth remembering, but slightly improved. Buy land for parks in Cobb. They're not making it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Joy Kramer. If you come forward, please.
Please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Joy Kramer, and I am a citizen of Cobb County and also the Vice Chairman of Common Cause Georgia. I have the honor of speaking to you this evening to be the first person to speak about the proposed investigation and subsequent report on Cobb County policing. Thanks to the efforts of the Commission, the national spotlight is being placed on Cobb County. Next year, we will be the home of the Atlanta Braves, and with that honor comes big responsibility. Responsibility to protect the tourism industry that will be greatly enhanced in Cobb by this team. As we have seen in the past, accusations of racial bias and xenophobia, regardless of merit, are bad for business and have a chilling effect on tourism. The Georgia Chamber of Commerce, the Georgia Restaurant Association, and the Georgia Hotel Lodging Association continue to oppose any policy or action that would make our state seem unwelcoming to any race, origin, gender, or religious preference. Previous comments to the contrary, no one is above reproach. Proactive is better than reactive. The measure of leadership is revealed in how we treat those who, through their actions, bring discredit to one of the finest professions in all of America, that of law enforcement. We must be vigilant, and this is our opportunity. A fully independent, I'm going to ask for three things. A fully independent and properly funded investigative body with access to all complaints, records, and actions is a must for this investigation. Actionable recommendations for future citizen oversight, complaint handling, and transparency is a must for this investigation. Release of the findings with ample time prior to the election for citizens of Cobb County, for the tourism industry, and for the Atlanta Braves to evaluate the results and weigh in on them is a must for this investigation. No more seismic decisions or any other thing on the eve of the holiday or an election. We need to give the people time. We are all stakeholders here in our own economic development, and I thank you for this opportunity.
The next speaker is Sally Riddle. Come forward, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm Sally Riddle, a resident of District 4 here in Cobb County, and would like to address the opportunity for building a better community here in Cobb with civilian oversight aiding our police department. First, I'd like to commend Director Heaton for the public input that he received prior to making the recommendations that I believe he'll be presenting to you later this evening. He drew together a varied group of citizens within the county to be able to, first of all, give us more information about the police department in its current day, but also to gain a two-way communication street, the start of a two-way communication street in many instances, for the type of recommendations he'll be making. Okay, next slide. Building on what Mr. Korn spoke to you about the last meeting, there's some key benefits of civilian oversight and in integrating that into our police department's services. In any democracy, civilian oversight is a benefit. It helps build trust, and it's an essential component of our democratic society for those who are governed to be able to have input. It increases balance, and that what can increase the credibility of the police department, which they both need and deserve by having that civilian input into what they are doing and having the two-way street of communication. And again, as was discussed at the last meeting, increasing transparency. Next slide. What has been addressed in the past is the President's task force in the 21st century and the 6 pillars that are a format of that Department of Justice work. And most of those pillars stress civilian input from the Department of Justice's perspective into the work of our police departments. We can get there by supporting the independent evaluation, and I believe the consensus of many of the civilian attendees, and I know that Director Heaton is still doing due diligence in looking at which organization or which approach to finally promote to you all as far as the evaluation is going to be doing. But the consensus of the civilian attendees was the International Association of the Chiefs of Police, with the brain power that they will bring to any investigation. If we add to that an independent management consultant study that can add then additional SWOT analysis, as we called it in business when I worked with it, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, to help prioritize the recommendations and the fulfillment of those recommendations as to what would be the most bang for the buck, I think would also add some added strength. One of the strengths to the IACP recommendation is that they integrate the President's task force recommendations into their work as well, so that you'd be basically bringing together the strength from the independent organization with the strength of the Department of Justice recommendations. And hopefully together we can build and increase the trust between the civilians and the police department, certain segments of our population. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Daniel Furr. Daniel Furr.
I would like to say hello to the commission. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here to...
I need your name, please.
My name is Daniel Furr.
Thank you.
I'm here to ask if you would possibly consider giving us some more information about the 2008 Parks and Green Space Fund that I've heard about. It's only in the recent days I've been kind of brought up to speed or heard about it resurfacing in the news as being an issue. I thought it was set aside because of the economy and didn't know whether it would ever be revisited again or not. My sister has actually wrote a letter that she wanted me to read. She's kind of brought all this to light to me. Our family has been somewhat involved in it because we put in for the parks and the green space. My mother submitted our property to be looked at, and it made the final 29 cut. And that was after they came out and looked at the property and visited with us. They told us it was, it made the final cut, and then we really never heard anything back except that it had been put off or tabled to a later time. But if you would allow me, I've got a letter from my sister who wrote a little bit about the property and how it affects us. And this is her words. I'll do the best I can with it. My name is Jody Furr, dear Commission. My name is Jody Furr. My mother, Glenda Furr, applied in 2008 for our family home place to be considered for the 2008 Cobb Parks Bond land for purchase. It is the Lewis A. Furr Trust property at 4570 Old West Side Road, Austell. It's 14.6 acres with a lake and a pasture. It has been in the Furr family since 1933, purchased by our grandfather, Grady Furr, in 1933. He owned the Furr grocery store in downtown Powder Springs from the 40s to the late 60s. Some of the land was used for the Food for Freedom program through the U.S. government to supply food, both vegetables and pork, for the war effort during World War II. My grandfather, Grady Furr, also bought and donated separate land for the very first fire station in Powder Springs. He built the fire station after someone lost their life due to a fire in Powder Springs at a volunteer fire department. There was no fire station at the time. He and my grandmother, Elsie Furr, loved Powder Springs Austell community and gave back to it through the years. Our uncle, Frank Furr, was also mayor of Powder Springs in the 50s. My father, Lewis Furr, inherited the land from our grandmother, who passed away in 1997. I'm going to paraphrase this. She said she had a talk with my dad right before he passed away, and he would like for the land to stay as it was forever, not to be built into a subdivision. And my mother also felt strongly about the land staying as it was, not to be developed. She was very happy to learn for a way for our land to be saved from development, the 2008 Cobb Parks bond. That is why she applied our property for the 2008 Cobb's Park bond. She called my sister when the land nominating committee left, and she was very happy that they seemed to like the property and said that they liked what they heard about the history. She put so much thought into how Cobb could use this land and even suggested that maybe Cobb could let veterans, especially those with PTSD, spend time around the lake fishing or picnicking, and just the serenity might help them with their anxiety. She got a letter back in the mail saying that they had...
Thank you, Mr. Furr. Your time is completed.
Thank you.
Sir, if you would like, if you can give that to Brad, we can get copies of it and read the rest of the letter at a later time.
It was in the Marietta Daily Journal today.
Okay, well, I don't read that paper, so if you can just give it to Brad. Just kidding. That was too easy. Just kidding. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen George. Come forward, please.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good afternoon, but I guess it's more good evening. Stephen George Jr. I'm a resident of unincorporated Cobb County. I'm here to speak a little bit more about the Citizens Review Board push. Citizen review boards are typically created to provide independent review of specific incidents or to independently evaluate investigative procedures used by a law enforcement agency. CRBs also vary greatly with respect to their powers and responsibilities. In general, there are three types: investigative CRBs, review CRBs, and auditor CRBs. Consequently, best practices for CRBs include structural independence from the police department, openness, and serious outreach efforts to the community. As such, I suggest some would suggest it seems the Cobb County Police Department and the Fraternal Order of Police stances in opposition to the establishment of a CRB might be interpreted by the public as a worldview among some in law enforcement that they alone should maintain procedures, that they alone should maintain unfettered access to guide law enforcement policy, procedures, and practices. This turf war mindset is a practice much maligned in academic literature. As an example, consider that a multidisciplinary approach has contributed greatly to the understanding of issues with regard to local youth gangs within communities. Consequently, I put forward for consideration that the function of those within law enforcement, much like the military's, are to be instruments of policy, not to be primary developers of public policy. Further, while I believe the law enforcement community, for the most part, among the rank and file are dedicated professionals, the reality is the rank and file, for the most part, are not trained academic and vocational and have vocational backgrounds that lend them legitimate primary responsibility with regard to developing, evaluating, and modifying public policy. And based on what some of the media can call an epidemic of unarmed young men of color being shot by police all across the nation, the state of Georgia, and yes, even Cobb County, one can plausibly suggest there does need to be some changes with regard to the way we are policing the community. As a result, there's been a steadily growing lack of confidence by some within the community. All the academic literature proposes organizational culture is developed and nurtured from the top levels of any administrative structure and trickles down to the rank and file. That is why it is imperative the County Board of Commissioners and CCPD senior staff stand behind the citizens. All professions need oversight: doctors, lawyers, law enforcement, and even politicians. And I would think the LEOs would embrace an opportunity to hold rogue and unethical officers accountable for their actions, as well as integrate what might be learned through the process into their training and policy guidelines and procedures. Change is always difficult. Having said that, when things stay status quo, Latin for no change, it also by definition means nothing ever gets better. In addition, I would say, do we want to be right or do we want to be happy? And what can we learn from this? Having said that, I would suggest that we all, as a community, need, especially the Board of Commissioners, needs to look at Kennesaw State University as a untapped community-based asset to draw from, to learn some things from all this. It could be used to develop surveys. The Breast Institute of Public Service, they have the capabilities to field surveys. Reach out to them to do a survey to see if the people think we should have a community review board. The Institute can moderate focus groups. Ask them to moderate some focus groups. They can evaluate policies. As a matter of fact, Dr. Peters at Kennesaw she was the head of research and development for the Atlanta Police Department for 10 years. Who else better to reach out to get some input as to with something, what are we doing right? What are some things we could be doing wrong? As I said, I think that we can use this as a teachable moment. And again, I think we can draw from our community-based assets as a force multiplier. And really, that's about all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Sarah Walton. Sarah Walton, come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable commissioners. My name is Sarah Walton, and I am currently a resident of DeKalb County, although listening to what marvelous things are happening here in Cobb, I realize what a great place this is. I also know, as somebody who has trained law enforcement for over 10 years, I'm the author of a law enforcement officer's training manual, that for officers, policy is absolutely key. Policy is how we convey what is most important. Policy can be a teaching tool as well. It also sends a message from the public as to what our values are. And I applaud greatly the work of Chief Hauser and Director Heaton in determining, in response to your request, that there are some actions that need to be taken right away, in addition to having a review. And some of those actions include serious look at some needs for some updates of our policies that are in our current manual. Although the policies meet the bare minimum standards of the CALEA, the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, and although they meet the bare minimum standards of the Georgia Chiefs of Police program for certification of certified law enforcement agencies, that bare minimum certification, for example, requires that you have a policy on bias-based policing or bias-based profiling. However, across the country, there are different ways that people promote, different agencies have put forward their policies. And there are ways in which the current policies that we have do not quite measure up to what's considered contemporary best practices, in some ways even falling short of minimum Department of Justice standards for these policies. So I very much applaud the work that Director Heaton and Chief Hauser are doing to take immediate action as well. I also applaud the great work of Chief Hauser, who we learned at our community meeting 3 years ago asked for this review, which I strongly support. This review, particularly, I think he had originally asked that it be done by the International Chiefs of Police, and that would be a very solid way to go about doing it. I very much applaud sending it out to an RFP and ask that that RFP process be a good, solid process so that you don't get something derailed. Like, for example, right now, the Atlanta City Police program on body cameras has been derailed by a problem that happened with the RFP process or the contracting process. I note that it is true that the Cobb County Police Department is indeed one of 49 law enforcement agencies in Georgia that have CALEA certification. But we might want to grow even better, which is that CALEA has different levels of certification. And the gold standard assessment certification is something that the agency might consider applying for the next time. It's also something that, for example, some of the police departments such as Roswell, LaGrange, they have gone through that process. And when you look at their policies, it's amazing the difference between their policies and the bare minimum policies. And the difference between those two CALEA assessment standards is the difference between having a traditional file review checklist and a focus on process and outcomes, through which you need interviews and observations. And so I very much encourage the commission to support this work, because it really will have an impact wide beyond just the people who live and work and come to Cobb County for recreation.
Thank you, Ms. Walton.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Kay Clapper. Kay Clapper.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kay Clapper. I've lived in Cobb County for over 30 years. The real question tonight is, can a county or municipality change its mind and not fund one or more project despite voter approval in a referendum? While we recognize that the Cobb County Commissioners have broad discretion to exercise control over public property and to conduct county affairs, we do not believe that the Commissioners have the legal authority to divert funds or ignore a referendum passed by a majority of the Cobb County voters. In a recent Georgia Supreme Court case, the court found that funds allocated for, in quotes, recreational facilities and multi-purpose governmental facilities, end quote, were being diverted by county commissioners to other projects. The court held that the board is not authorized to use proceeds from one fund for a purpose entirely different from that contained in the account reports. The court held that the commission was bound by the projects listed unless they became infeasible. The court stated that infeasible could not be used by the commission as an excuse to divert funds to what they considered to be a better project or away from a project they no longer supported. Diminished support for a project among the elected officials, a shortfall in revenues, or increased project costs would not likely be sufficient for a project to cross the threshold from feasible to infeasible. The court held that even if the project were considered to be infeasible, it would be an abuse of discretion for the commission to abandon the project altogether. We submit that this is an indication that the Georgia Supreme Court looks unfavorably toward commissioners who use infeasibility as an excuse to divert funds to promote their own public interests or to not act on a referendum altogether. We submit that the commissioners have a fiduciary duty to the people of Cobb County to fund the $40 million mandated by a majority of the voters to buy land for future parks as stated in the 2008 Park Bond referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Linda Bell. Linda Bell, please come forward. Linda Bell.
Good evening. I am Linda Bell. I live in Mableton. I am a retired school psychologist and a very involved grandmother. My husband and I moved here 2 years ago primarily to be close to our grandchildren. And I want to speak to you tonight about the park bond and how I see that it relates to our children. Because of my career, I think, being involved with children for so many years and being so involved with our own grandchildren now, I tend to look through that lens of what's best for them. And I find that's really not a bad lodestar to have, because generally when you look at what's best for our children, both our children of today and our children of tomorrow, if you're doing what's right for them, then you're doing what's right, period. And our children need green space. In fact, I think it's vital. I don't think I have to tell you that today, too many of our children are missing out on what people of my generation, anyway, considered to be just a given. And that is the ability to get outside and experience the natural environment. When I was a school psychologist, I used to ask children what they like to do in their spare time. And I can tell you that most of them, almost all of them, the usual answer involved TVs, video games, computers. And when they were outside, it was usually like an organized sport that they were involved with. But research shows that the average American boy or girl today spends as few as 30 minutes outside in an unstructured outdoor play and more than 7 hours each day in front of an electronic screen. This shift really has an effect on our children. Our childhood obesity rates have more than doubled in the past 20 years. The United States has become the largest consumer of medications for children for ADHD. And even the pediatric prescriptions for antidepressants has really risen a lot. So we have really the research to show that there's a strong correlation between experience in the natural world and children's ability to learn and to develop physically and emotionally. I believe that as a society, we have an obligation to provide access to nature for our children, and that it is a moral issue. I think that we have to ensure that every child in every kind of neighborhood should have access to natural spaces, and I really believe that that's a child's right. When we retired to Cobb County 2 years ago, we became involved with the Sierra Club, and folks started talking about the Parks Bond, the 2008 Parks Bond. And I didn't understand then, and I really do not understand now, why these bonds have never been issued. And as you all remember, I'm sure, a group of us met with each of you over the summer. And I have to say that none of you indicated in that meeting that this was something that you looked at every year and tried to figure out how to fund. In fact, it was our impression that there really was not an impetus to move forward on this. And that's when the Cobb Parks Bond was reactivated. Last month, I was cautiously optimistic when Chairman Lee asked the county manager to look at the issue. Tonight, I'm less optimistic because, as I understand, what you're going to do tonight is to ask the Recreation Board to look into it. I fail to see what there is to look into. Despite all the different rationales that have been given, to me, it's really always been a very simple matter. The voters voted on it. They voted on it for $40 million, and that's what should be done. And I think it should be done now rather than later. I think that the children and the people in Cobb County have waited for 5 years, and that's surely long enough. I think the time for methodical planning on this is past. I don't believe that this is impossible if you have the will to do it. And frankly, when I hear all of the things about 40 million, 19 million, 29 billion, 0.33 mils, 0.11 mils. To me, it's just a smokescreen for what really is a very simple issue. If you want to do it, you can, and you know that.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. The next speaker is Morning Washburn. Morning Washburn.
Hello, I appreciate that we all are here this evening. My name is Morning Washburn, and I too urge you to honor our 2008 vote and issue the full $40 million for purchase of land for parks. Sooner, as in now, not later. I live in the Mulberry Creek watershed in the 1st District. When I was 23, I got lucky. I fell in love with a place of beautiful living land and some wise, brave people from pioneer families of Cobb County. I wanted to be with them, to help them continue to thrive, and to learn all I could about good neighboring and stewardship of healthy land, air, water, energy. That's why I moved to Cobb, and that's why I've continued to live here for nearly 45 years. I learned a lot about the people, places, and their history in Cobb County when I worked for the Georgia Forestry Commission on a gypsy moth prevention program. The job required I go several times each summer to every district, every square mile throughout our county. Not just drive there, but stop, get out of the car, and look around. I saw then, and I hear now, how hungry people are of all ages and incomes for natural areas and welcoming opportunities to refresh their minds, bodies, feelings, and spirits. When my 70-year-old mother became afflicted with Parkinson's disease, some of our best times were going outside for a roll and a stroll. Margaret would sit in her wheelchair and roll while I pushed the chair and strolled. And we went to whatever nature-based parks or trails we could find. Look at how the Chattahoochee River recreation parks, the Silver Comet, and the Lower Roswell multi-use trails are used by many people throughout every day and are touted as positive sale points. As one of the citizens who worked for those projects, I remember how we repeatedly came to BOC and other county meetings. We had to wade through piles of convoluted excuses, rhetoric about taxes, jobs, naysaying, fear-mongering about crime. We heard empty promises, we saw foot dragging, etc. I say, for goodness sake, let's do business differently this time. One of my favorite bumper stickers says, "Humans aren't the only species, we just act like it." I hold that preserving more of Cobb County's remaining natural and special areas is urgent for at least 3 reasons. It's a sound, cost-effective investment in ecological resilience. It's a morally kind thing to do for our collective well-being. And it can provide some much-needed mitigation of our poorly designed developments and improperly maintained hardscape activities. I say, please look at the life of the land and what we're doing to it. Listen to how and why people passed the 2006 and 2008 Land for Parks bond referendums. Don't ask us to settle for anything less than $40 million of the 2008 bond. Don't ask us to accept studies in lieu of meaningful action now. Be brave, be wise, and let's all be kind. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sharon Mason. Sharon Mason.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Mason, and my husband, my daughter, and I, we live in Cobb County. And I am the Chief Operating Officer with the Cobb Chamber of Commerce. And we represent more than 2,500 different businesses that are members of the Cobb Chamber. And as I'm sure you saw in Sunday's Marietta Daily Journal, the chairman of our board of directors, Terry DeWitt, submitted a letter to the editor on behalf of our board of directors stating the support of our board for the bridge project to be completed by the 2017 Braves season for opening game. And this is for many reasons. Building this bridge will improve pedestrian safety and access between some of Cobb's largest tourism and commercial centers. And as you know, this Galleria area in the Cumberland Community Improvement District includes thousands of business professionals in Class A office space, the Cobb Galleria Center, Cumberland Mall, the Cobb Energy Performing Arts Center, numerous hotels, and then of course the soon-to-be home of the Atlanta Braves, SunTrust Park, and the Atlanta Battery Atlanta. And this bridge will also allow full walkability in this area that will enhance and maximize the live, work, play environment that is needed to attract more businesses, talent, and tourism to this area. And so it's our position of the Cobb Chamber that the benefits of completing this bridge now significantly outweigh any possible disadvantages. And we strongly urge the board to vote yes and think about the future of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Morgan.
Are we still in the,
I'm the last 12. For the first 12.
thank you.
My name's Mark Morgan. I've been a resident of Cobb County for over 33 years. I'm here also to show my support for voting yes for the building of that bridge. Sharon outlined a lot of the main key points to that. I ditto it completely. The main reason, obviously, I feel is going to be safety. Without that bridge, people and pedestrians are going to try to get to those venues, not just during the Braves games, but even during regular business days, weekends, and they're going to try to get there by going underneath the underpass. We have a bridge now connecting 41 from the Galleria over to Cumberland Mall. This just gives them another avenue to get there safely, and I hope that you will vote yes for that bridge. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ben Williams.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my 3 minutes back to full everything that I might have wanted.
Ben, with all due respect, I'd ask that you come up here so everyone can hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ben Williams, and I live in Mableton, Georgia. I rose to simply indicate that I'd like to yield back the 3 minutes allotted to me to speak.
Well, thank you. I'm sure everybody here will appreciate that.
The next speaker is Rick Dawsey.
Good evening. Name's Rick Dawsey, and I'm here to ask you to issue the park bonds. I was born in Atlanta, and my wife and I have lived here in Cobb County for 38 years. We're in the same house we bought when we moved here. We've raised 3 children to adulthood, and they're all off on their own. And we've run our own business the whole time. We don't represent any organization, just people that have been here. We should issue the bonds in the full amount authorized in the referendum of 2008. Why not? After all, who's opposed to parks? Nobody's opposed to parks. But then they do cost money. There's a rub. The key word to me in the referendum is, and I quote, parks in perpetuity, end quote. Parks in perpetuity. That's an investment. That's not an expense. This is an investment in our kids, our families. It's for the betterment of our neighbors, the whole community, the whole county, into perpetuity. please make the difficult decision to invest in our land and our families into perpetuity and support these parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Craig Hartfoot.
Good evening. My name's Craig Harfoot. Parks in perpetuity. I didn't get that first time around. That means you can't redevelop it and sell it later. That's probably why you haven't done it. Because I know what goes on here. It's like the housing, when you attack the poorest of the poor and you put them out and you're going to redevelop it and give it to somebody else. But here's the thing that really bothers me. We're building this toll lanes to widen 75 because we don't got any money to build the roads anymore. No federal money, no. They're going to privatize it. So they're going to pay themselves back through the toll. I still want to sell you on making this bridge a toll bridge, let a private contractor build it, save $900 million, give these people their parks, and, you know, $900 million, $40 million? You know, it's, hey, this ain't rocket science, this ain't brain surgery. You know, there are more ways to do things. Whenever you want to do it to benefit the people that give you the money to get elected, you do it. And it's all about who gives you the money to stay in office. And that's what you do. That's why you didn't put it on the table. Because if, you know, all these people would have been here saying, what, you're going to give them $400 million and you didn't give us $40 million? You know, come on. That's why you did it all in secret. Now own up to it. They should vote you out of office. But I don't even see anybody running. That's what's really amazing. I think Mike Boyce, but you got to have something going on. It's horrible. It's really bad. And back to when I came to Atlanta, they had the Spaceship Stadium down in Atlanta. You know, they never paid for that thing, and then they built another stadium. When I came here, they couldn't give away Braves tickets. I knew a guy trying to sell them. They were only $5. Nobody went. And you know what? That was in a recession too. That's after the Arabs ran the oil price up to $1, $1.50, and the economy tanked. And you know what? They've dropped gasoline to $29 a barrel. And yet at the pumps, they haven't come down to $1 yet. That's where it should be. That should pick up the economy, except it's the student debt loan, and you guys are ignoring it. And I'm asking you, somebody take me aside and say, Craig, we got a plan. This is it. And then I'll go away and I'll shut up. But you know what? I think this is a dead-end game, and everybody's dead except the people you give the money to tonight or today or tomorrow and taxing it, and you'll never be able to pay it off, like the parking deck. And really, you got to be, you know, I think tar and feathering should come back, people.
Thank you, Mr. Harfoot. Next speaker is Carol Brown.
Hi, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you and thanks for what credit is due to the Sierra Club Cobb Parks Coalition for bringing the issue back to the public forefront. But I also want to thank the Board of Commissioners for revisiting this issue and moving ahead with it. I can't speak for all of the 190,000 voters. I can speak for the board and neighborhood advisory people of Canton Road Neighbors. We're happy to have 19.5 million. And we really look forward to seeing what's left on the list of 29. I want to thank Community Development for giving us that great green space inventory today, because we sure need some green space in District 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amen. The last speaker is Gary Pelfrey.
My name is Gary Pelfrey. I'm a resident of Cobb County, and with an introduction like that, I will talk very fast. I offered a book review the last time we talked here, and I'm pleased to report that several officials are into the book, and we're talking about it now, and I believe we're learning something about a very important part of the Cobb policing issue. I have just one thing to say, and that's a movie recommendation for the board tonight, but I will take a half a minute to say two things that occurred here. First, I believe that the issue of a citizen's right to confront his representatives was decided some 240 years ago. The second thing I will say, in the presence of at least two other lawyers here, is there's no such thing as a minor redefinition of something. I don't know how many times I heard the word minor in those reviews tonight of what's going on. They're not minor to somebody or they wouldn't be there, and they're not minor overall. The other thing I will say about the code sections is I heard the word public in there only once. It would seem to me if we're making laws for the county, there certainly ought to be some more formal way for the public to enter into it. Put this up. This is a movie flyer for my recommendation. You'll recall I did ask you to read Between the World and Me by Tanahashi Coates. And I did tell you, I believe, that book publishers decided that was the most important nonfiction book of 2015. I neglected to tell you that the author got a MacArthur Award of $1 million for it. The movie I'm touting to you tonight is up for an Academy Award, and I think it might be appropriate because I've heard at least a couple of members of this commission offer the opinion that the Cobb County police force is a wonderful police force and has no bad apples. Well, the facts of the matter are that the movie is about the Catholic Church, and there was a time, many of you may recall in the recent past, when their hierarchy said that their clergy was completely above reproach, and the terrible notion of these priests being accused of something was an abomination. And that's the kind of language I heard here about the fact that there are some bad police officers. There's not a person in this room that doesn't think that we have an excellent police force, but there apparently are at least two that don't believe that the way to keep the perfect police force and make it better is to acknowledge when we've got some mistakes and fix them. Thank you.
So that concludes public comment for the evening, and I appreciate those folks that stuck out to 10:30 to provide comment. Commissioners, if you would indulge me, since we have quite a few folks here that are interested in the item associated with the Parks Bonds issue, if you would indulge me, I'd like to move tab 15 up ahead of tab 13. So if that's okay with the board to do that, I would like us to do that. Are we okay with it?
Yes.
Thanks. I think just in response to overall response to some of the comments made at public comment, there was two presentations made earlier at the work session 1:30 that might be of interest. One is the presentation made by Dana Johnson and Mr. Cannon on the green space inventory update for Cobb County. The second is the presentation made by Director Sam Heaton and his effort with the county manager to move forward on executing on the agenda item passed in December to determine the best way forward and assuring that our public safety folks are the best and the brightest. So I would encourage you to go back, and that'll probably be online, Brad, sometime Thursday, I would imagine, the video associated with that, so you can go back and take a look at that. I would encourage you to do that if you're interested in those two issues. So let's move to tab 15. Let's move to tab 17. No. All right, guys, tab 15 is where we want to go. And there's one item under the chairman's tab. And so let me start with this. Earlier today at our work session, like I mentioned, we had a great presentation by staff. It included an overview of the 16,452 acres of parks and green space we currently have in Cobb County, and an estimated 23 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. My understanding is that this is higher than the community averages reported by the National Recreation and Parks Association. And I look forward to moving forward with the agenda on it before us tonight to add it to the abundance of green space and parkland that make this community great. Before I continue with my remarks, I'd like to ask Jim Pearson to come forward to a minute just to explain to everyone what the 2008 bond notice stated and how this impacts what funds are available today. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, what I have before you is the notice of election. This went out in the MDJ on October 3rd, 10th, 17th, 24th, 31st of 2008, and this talked about the referendum for the vote on the park bonds. What I want to read is the sentence right above the numbers, and I'll read it. It's kind of small to see. The maximum amount of principal to be paid in each respective year during the term of such proposed park bonds shall not exceed the following amounts. What this is saying is that the voters agreed that in 2010 they would be taxed in an amount to pay $3.5 million worth of park bonds. In 2011, they agreed to be paid to be taxed in an amount to fund $1,050,000 of park bonds. Once those years have passed, those dollars are no longer available to be issued per bond.
Please, folks. Please.
Per bond council, each year the amount decreases by, when the bonds are not issued, by the amount that is expired that year. So we're now in the 2016. The maximum amount of bonds that could be issued is $29,810,000. In 2017, that would be $28,140,000. Again, this is per the notice of election, and this is we've counseled with our bond counsel on this, and it is not only my opinion but bond counsel that the $40 million is no longer available to be issued, but we're now down to an amount of $29.8 million.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions of the boards for Jim?
Yes.
On his presentation? Commissioner
Yes, ma'am.
Cupid.
Can you just go to the first paragraph, or the top of this page?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to read it, Jim, for a moment.
The first, pursuant to a resolution adopted by the Board of Commissioners? Is it?
Yes.
The Board of Commissioners of Cobb County on July 22nd, 2008, the resolution and a call of election issued by the Board of Elections and Registration of Cobb County, Georgia. Notice is hereby given to the qualified voters of the Cobb County as follows. Keep going.
That's fine. If you can scroll back to paragraph 3 for a second.
Okay.
Just want to read that. Okay. Yeah, I understand how you calculated the 29 million. I just have a question about whether or not via this particular process, we may be constrained to 29 million, but is there still an option to consider additional funds to get to the entire 40 million?
You'd have to have another referendum to the voters to be, for them to agree to be taxed for the amount that's above the 29 million.
I'm talking about via a different methodology. I mean, we have this here, that was proposed in 2008, but I think part of the frustration being communicated is that voters are looking to see the full 40 million be funded towards the park, whether it's via bond or anything else, they're looking to see $40 million go towards parks. And I'm wondering, what are all the financing options beyond what's here?
The most that you can issue through this,
I'm not
I know,
saying,
I know
I'm
you
saying,
can.
yes, I'm saying
there-
beyond that, and that's where I'm trying to
That
take
would
us
be-
to thinking beyond this. What could we do to get to that gap, to close that
To
gap?
make up the 11 million, you'd have to look at other funding sources such as available fund balance, if there is any, increase millage to raise cash.
Okay, and that's, and I'm
Yeah,
asking for
I mean,
consideration of the options.
You're getting
that's all.
into
We're not I'm not trying to judge
Yeah.
it and evaluate, well, I'm just saying, what are the options? So at least, I mean, if we know what the options are, that gives us the ability to be knowledgeable about those options and make a decision on it. But just to say, we're just constrained to this, knowing that there could be other options out there, I feel very limited in being able to consider all the options that are out there on the table. I'm not asking for you to
Yeah.
color, I'm not asking for you to give your opinion on it. I'm just saying, what are the options?
well, the
that we
options
can
would be
consider?
for you to find a revenue funding source.
Okay.
Whether that be through some type of property tax, that would, or another bond issue.
Okay,
for-
and
for-
maybe, I mean,
But by law, you are limited to the 29 million, and that's
For
a
this
fact,
here.
and
yeah, for this here, and I'm just asking you, it might be helpful if you can just provide what are all the different financing options to get us to consider the 40 million, because I think that's what the public is expecting us to at least weigh, and I would like to be able to weigh what all the options are, whether or not we have to wait, you know, through our next budget cycle, whether or not we wait to the end of this year. We had a surplus at the top of this year, we might have a surplus at the top of the next year, but I just feel like there certainly has got to be more on the table than something that you're presenting us from back in 2008.
okay. Well,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Any other comments for Jim or questions? Thank you, sir. Now, ever since I have been chairman, I have thought about these bonds and whether or not we could issue them without raising taxes. And at the close of the 2015 fiscal year, I confirmed with the finance team that our actual financial circumstances is such that in the near future, we may be able to issue a portion of these bonds. As just outlined, because of the payment increments defined in the referendum passed by voters, the full $40 million for these bonds is simply not available. My position always has been that I will not support a tax increase for the purchase of green space. I do want to make a few things clear tonight, though. While we were negotiating a partnership with the Atlanta Braves on the ballpark, we were focused on what was perhaps the most transformational economic development project in Cobb County history. Never once did I see these discussions as a choice between acquiring green space for Cobb County or a $1.2 billion investment in Cobb County. The board has also considered and decided to add an additional 80 new police officers, and never once did I see this as a choice between public safety and green space. The board also reduced the millage rate to pre-recession levels, and never once did I see this as a choice between green space and lower property taxes. The board also made good on our commitment to reducing the water transfer to the lowest rate in 15 years, and never once did I see this as a choice between green space and reducing our reliance on the water fund. Leadership is about setting priorities and acting on them, and I am proud of the priorities we have set for Cobb County. I am proud of cutting taxes and investing in public safety. I am proud that we partnered with the Braves. And I believe that without this partnership and the incredible impact it has had on our tax digest, we would not be even able to have this discussion tonight about green space investment. I am pleased that the strong state of our county has put us in a position to reconsider these bonds, and I look forward to hearing from staff and the Recreational Board should the Board of Commissioners approve this recommendation tonight. Now let me read from the agenda what we are moving forward with should the board approve this item. We believe it is now advisable that the approval of this agenda item to authorize the existing Recreational Board to revisit the possibility of issuing the 2008 park bonds and establish goals for moving the initiative forward as set forth below. First, to request that the recreational board work with county staff under the direction of the county manager to revisit the issuance of the park bonds approved by voters in November of 2008. Second, the recreational board shall meet with the director of the Department of Parks and Recreation as soon as possible, but no later than March 25th, to discuss goals, tasks, and timeline for moving forward. 3, the goals for this initiative are to include, but not limited to, the following: review lists of the 29 properties originally identified by Parks Advisory Panel in 2009 to determine which properties are still available, that the seller is still willing and present value and cost, and determine if these properties should be put on the updated list to be presented to the Board of Commissioners. B, review with the Cobb County staff the current inventory of parks in Cobb County by district under new commission districts that go into effect 2017 to include Cobb County active, passive, and undeveloped park facilities, city, school, state, and federal parkland. C, use this assessment to prioritize where the greatest gaps in Cobb for green space are in this county. D, compare and contrast properties still available from the original list to current assessments and identify additional property with a special focus on floodplain and flood-prone properties that be considered for purchase, including acreage, current value, and cost, and whether or not there is a willing seller. The Recreational Board will work closely with staff under the direction of the county manager and under supervision of the Parks and Recreational Director to fill these goals. 4, seek public input through 5 open houses, including 1 per district, at the location to be determined by the district commissioner under the new district lines that go into effect 2017, in addition to a countywide open house at the administrative building. 5, conduct official public hearing at a Board of Commission meeting prior to presenting a final recommendation to the board. And 6, the Recreational Board will present this initial recommendation to the board at the October 25th, 2016 work session. So, Commissioners, it's my pleasure and my recommendation to the Board of Commissioners authorize the Recreational Board to work with county staff under the direction of the county manager to revisit the issuance of the park bonds approved by the voters in November of 2008. That's my recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Is a second by Commissioner Burrow. Are there any comments? Commissioner Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with some of the comments that Commissioner Cupid said. You know, the public voted in 2008 for a $40 million bond. I also understand the financing issues that the board at that time used to say that they could not issue the bond. It is also my belief, in listening to the presentation earlier today from Mr. Pearson, that in addition to the $29 million that could be issued as proposed by Mr. Pearson, that this board, in an effort to come as close as possible to what the voters approved in 2008, that as the properties are reviewed or recommended by the Rec Board, that this board explore the opportunities, but potentially by excess fund balance or excess reserves above those required amounts that the county requires, that we look for opportunities to purchase this land as the economy has continued to turn around and the county's financial picture has gotten better. I believe that a lot of this could be done without raising taxes. It will require necessarily not issuing a bond per se for the additional money, but using some excess money to purchase these properties. I also believe that waiting until October from the Rec Board is too long. We have 29 properties. We have 29 properties that we already know that the board the Citizens Board recommended to the county. I find it difficult to understand how it would take till October to find out if these properties were available. And I also think that even in that time, new additional properties could be considered. So I'm totally supportive of moving forward, but I believe that it is the obligation of this board to look for opportunities to purchase the properties above and beyond the $29 million, and I think that we need to move the date up from October.
Appreciate your comments. Any other comments? Commissioner Burrow?
I would just like to say that I'm glad to see this moving forward. I do think it's a good start, and it's a way that we can initiate the process again. When the initial parks bond, I think, was $42 million in 2006, and we have some beautiful parkland on that list that is still undeveloped. So, you know, I think this is a good start. I think with the Parks and Rec Board being familiar with the parks and representative of each of the 4 commission districts and the chairman's appointee, I think they're familiar with these sites and the existing parks. And I too would like to see, as we go along and purchase what we can with the 19 million, I also would like to see additional revenues or surplus money go to this to hopefully get to the 40 million in the near future. However, I don't at this time support raising taxes to get to it, but I do think we could look at other sources of revenue to attain that. So I would support moving forward with this with the intentions of reserves or other revenue sources as they become available to go towards the parks bond as well.
Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree with the comments, especially Commissioner Cupid. I think that these are 2 different issues. Let's move forward and do what we know we can do legally and start working on that. I would request that when we establish this and go forward, that we take a look at what we could buy if we had additional fundings up and beyond the 19 million, but we need to move forward with what we know we legally can do right now without looking for other funding sources, and then have options of where we can find the rest of the money to purchase additional lands if they're still available. So I'm in support of this moving forward and hope that we can look at additional sources later.
Thank you. Any other comments? We have a motion and a second before us. Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So now that we've tackled the issues associated with 15, let's go back to tab 13, or nope, let's go back to tab 12. Madam Clerk, I apologize for what we're doing to you. Tab 12 is a consent agenda. Commissioners, I'd like to bring forward a motion to approve the consent agenda as revised and authorize the execution of the necessary documents by the appropriate county personnel. Is there a second?
Second.
Any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. That takes us to 13, Transportation Agency. Mr. Wilgus.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. County Manager. Our first item is to approve a non-reimbursable contract for acquisition of right-of-way with the Georgia Department of Transportation for Interstate North Parkway at Interstate North Circle, State PI number 0014012, Cobb County Project number E4190. Interstate North Parkway at Interstate North Circle is an approved project in the thoroughfare improvements component of the 2011 SPLOST Transportation Improvements Program. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a non-reimbursable contract for acquisition of right-of-way with the Georgia Department of Transportation for Interstate North Parkway at Interstate North Circle, State PI number 0014012, Cobb County Project number E4190, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents to include required quitclaim deeds to GDOT for the right-of-way certification.
Commissioner Ott.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 2, please.
Item 2 is to ratify previous action by the county manager authorizing emergency repairs to a segment of Cumberland Parkway and approve project number D2830-W0 number 09 to the 2013 countywide unit price contract with Chatfield Contracting, Inc. for said repairs, MIS contract number 000612. Drainage system improvements is an approved component of the 2005 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. We recommend the Board of Commissioners ratify previous action by the county manager authorizing emergency repairs to a segment of Cumberland Parkway in response to storm drainage blockage under the travel lane, project number D 2830-W0 number 09 to the 2013 countywide unit price contract with Chatfield Contracting, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $42,000 for said repairs. MIS contract number 000612. Authorize the corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you. Commissioner Ott.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before I make a motion, I want to have a few comments about this.
Yes, sir.
Jim, you and Karen in particular, just for the audience, this happened on Christmas Eve day. And I think the water got within, about a couple inches of flooding out the Weather Channel
About an
satellites. Yeah. First off, I want to commend both of you for the updates that you provided, but more importantly, you and your staff, as far as I've seen, did a phenomenal job protecting the assets of the Weather Channel, going out, before Christmas, and I believe you also went out on Christmas Day, or the day after.
Christmas Day, we were the day after.
But this was a huge project that took a lot of man hours and a lot of really dedicated attention on you and your staff's part. So I just want to commend you for a really good job and an effort. So motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
And they did all the comments. Thank you. Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Next item, item 3, please.
Item number 3 is to approve a contract with Vertical Earth, Inc. for construction of Johnson Ferry Road at Sewell Mill Pine Road, project number D 3220, MIS contract number 000885. Construction of Johnson Ferry Road at Sewell Mill Road, Pine Road is an approved project in the 2005 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. The low bid of $2,167,359.81 from Vertical Earth, Inc. was reviewed and found to be responsive and reasonable. The completion date for this project is 300 consecutive calendar days from issuance of notice to proceed. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a contract with Vertical Earth, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $2,167,359.81 for construction of Johnson Ferry Road at Sewell Mill Road, Pine Road, project number D 3220, MIS contract number 000885. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim, I know you know that this is a huge project just by nature of the fact that it's 300 days. And I know there's been a lot of discussion with the community there, and I appreciate that. And all I ask is that as the project proceeds, just keep that dialogue going.
Oh, we
So,
will.
motion to approve.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 4, please.
Item 4 is to approve supplemental agreement number 1 and change order number 1 final to the contract with American Contractors Grading and Paving for emergency repairs in a segment of Carl's Gate Drive, project number E 2610, MIS contract number 000889. Drainage system improvements is an approved component in the 2011 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a supplemental agreement to the contract with American Contractors Grading and Paving, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $26,955 and approve change order number 1 final in the deductive amount of $4,064 for emergency repairs to a segment of Carl's Gate Drive, project number E 2610, MIS contract number 000889. Approve the corresponding budget transaction and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you. Commissioner Ott.
Once again, Jim, just pass on to your staff a great job. I know this one was one of those ones where it just kind of kept getting bigger, and so
Yes, sir.
motion to approve.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 5, please.
Item 5 is to approve the design-build contract with Baldwin Paving Company, Inc. for I-75 at Wade Green Road, Diverging Diamond Interchange, State PI number 0011657, Cobb County project number E4050, MIS contract number 000701. I-75 at Wade Green Road, Diverging Diamond Interchange, DDI, is an approved project in the thoroughfare improvements component of the 2011 SPLOST Transportation and Program. The project is designated as State PI number 0011657. Based on qualifications and in-depth understanding of the scope and specifics of the project and overall cost, the department recommends approval of the design build contract with Baldwin Paving Company, Inc., an amount not to exceed $4,885,495.07 for the design and construction of I-75 at Wade Green Road, DDI. The completion date of this project is 545 consecutive days from the issuance of notice to proceed. So we recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the design build contract with Baldwin Paving Company, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $4,885,495.07 for I-75 at Wade Green Road Diverging Diamond Interchange, State PI number 0011657, Cobb County Project number E4050, MIS contract number 000701, authorize the corresponding budget transactions, and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Jim, thank you. I'm glad to see this moving forward, and there's a lot of new development in that area. So this will be a big improvement, and with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 6, please.
Item 6 is to approve a Cobb framework agreement with the City of Marietta for replacement of Old 41 Highway Bridge, project number X2116. Old Highway 41 Bridge is an approved bridge replacement project in the 2016 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. The project limits are from Church Street Extension to the Old Highway 41 Bridge over CSX Railroad within the City of Marietta. This is a joint project with the City of Marietta. The Cobb Framework Agreement has been reviewed by the County Attorney Office, and that's the same with all the next several items. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Marietta in a form substantially similar to that provided under separate cover and as approved by the County Attorney's Office for replacement of Old 41 Highway Bridge, project number X2116, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. As you mentioned, this is a joint project with the City of Marietta on the 2016 SPLOST, so much needed bridge replacement for this area, very heavily traveled. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Jim, are they gonna have to close 41? Or are they gonna do a workaround?
We've got a workaround.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 7 is to approve 3 Cobb Framework Agreements with the City of Kennesaw for intersection improvements on McCollum Parkway at Ben King Road, roadway improvements on Cherokee Street, and roadway improvements on Mac Dobbs Road. Project numbers X2309, X2603, and X2606 respectively. McCollum Parkway at Ben King Road is an improved intersection improvements program in the 2016 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. Cherokee Street is an approved roadway improvements project in the 2016 SPLOST TIP. The project limits are from Giles Road to I-75. Mac Dobbs Road is an approved roadway improvements project in the 2016 SPLOST TIP. Project limits are from Cobb Parkway to the Kennesaw city limits. All 3 projects are joint projects with the City of Kennesaw. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve 3 Cobb Framework Agreements with the City of Kennesaw in form substantially similar to those provided under separate cover and as approved by the County Attorney's Office for intersection improvements on McCollum Parkway at Ben King Road, roadway improvements on Cherokee Street, and roadway improvements on Mac Dobbs Road. Project numbers X2309, X2603, and X2606 respectively, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you. Since the majority of these projects are in District 1, Commissioner Weatherford, would you lead our conversation?
Certainly, much needed projects, motion to approve as presented.
Commissioner Burrow?
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. It takes us to item 8.
Item 8 is to approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Powder Springs for intersection improvements on Powder Springs Road at Flint Hill Road, Pine Grove Drive, Deer Creek Drive. Project number X2312. Powder Springs Road at Flint Hill Road, Pine Creek Drive, Deer Creek Drive is an intersection improvement projects in the 2016 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. This is a joint project with the City of Powder Springs. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Powder Springs in a form substantially similar to that submitted under separate cover and as approved by the County Attorney's Office for intersection improvements on Powder Springs Road at Flint Hill Road, Pine Creek Drive, Deer Creek Drive, project number X2312, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid,
Motion to approve?
Second.
any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Takes us to item 9.
Item 9 is to approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Smyrna for thoroughfare and mobility improvements on Windy Hill Road, project number X2402. Windy Hill Road is an approved thoroughfare and mobility improvement project in the 2011 and 2016 SPLOST Transportation Improvement Program. The project, also known as Windy Hill Boulevard, consists of a boulevard concept that includes a roadway widening, intersection improvements, and pedestrian improvements from South Cobb Drive to Atlanta Road. This is a joint project with the City of Smyrna. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Smyrna in a form substantially similar to that provided under separate cover and as approved by the County Attorney's Office for thoroughfare and mobility improvements on Windy Hill Road, project number X2402, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Commissioner Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you know, this project is a continuation of the efforts between the city and the county to increase the mobility through the Windy Hill corridor, in addition to the 5 projects, or I guess it's 6 now, that we heard about earlier today. This is all as a result of connecting Windy Hill to Macklin Road and West Cobb with the increase of 14,000 cars. So I think this is a step in the right direction. Motion to approve.
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 10, please.
Item 10 is to approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Ackworth for roadway improvements on Main Street, project number X2607. Main Street is a roadway improvements project in the 2016 SPLOST Transportation Improvements Program. The project limits are from Nance Road to Nolan Road. This is a joint project with the City of Ackworth. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve a Cobb Framework Agreement with the City of Ackworth in a form substantially similar to that provided under separate cover and as approved by the County Attorney's Office for roadway improvements on Main Street, project number X2607, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, and just so everybody knows, this is commonly called 041 as well, so it's 293. So it's a much-needed project as well, connect Ackworth and Kennesaw all the way down to real 41. So motion to approve.
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 11, please.
Item 11 is to approve the final design of the I-285 multi-use bridge, project number E4210. The I-285 multi-use bridge consists of a bridge spanning Galleria Drive, I-285, and Circle 70 Parkway to SunTrust Park. The total project length is approximately 1,110 feet. The mixed-use developments in the Cumberland area cater to residents and patrons 365 days per year. The purpose of this multi-use bridge is to provide safe connectivity and mobility between the commercial, residential, and entertainment options within the Cumberland area. The proposed bridge will be constructed to accommodate pedestrians, bicycles, and future use by transit vehicles. Beginning at the Galleria parking deck, the multi-use bridge consists of a 32-foot wide bridge and will include a transit lane, buffer, and multi-use trail for pedestrians and bikes. The proposed transit lane will end at the Circle 75 Parkway, while the pedestrian ramp will cross Circle 75 Parkway and enter the SunTrust Park development. The department recommends the board approve the final design of the I-285 multi-use bridge as presented in the January 12, 2016 regular meeting. An agenda item will be presented to the board at a future date to establish the project budget and to award a contract for the construction of the I-285 multi-use bridge. We recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the final design of the I-285 multi-use bridge, project number E4210, and authorize the department to proceed with the project.
Thank you. The district commissioner has asked that I lead the conversation on this item, and I want to thank Jim Wilgus and Karen Matthews for the entire CDOT team. You have done yeoman's work, and you've done it well. I'm very pleased with the proposed design, the cost estimates, and the proposed funding. But I would like to also make a few things clear. The design in front of the board for approval tonight accommodates a circulator. It also includes a temporary retrofit to the Galleria deck, restriping to accommodate pedestrians on the bridge. We know that the Galleria deck may require some modifications to accommodate a circulator. We also know that the Galleria Authority is planning for a hotel that will impact the circulation route and the deck structure. It makes sense to work in concert with our partners at the authority to accommodate hotel and circulator needs at the time in which they are ready to make a decision, but this may take some time to do. Unfortunately, this timing is in conflict with the imminent need for safe pedestrian passage between these two commercial centers, and that is why I believe we can no longer delay the decision to move forward on this project. However, no matter what, when the authority reaches its decision on the hotel, we will work together with moving them forward. The bridge is an essential public safety project, period. In addition, it will connect Cobb County's two major commercial centers and ensure the safety of tens of thousands of people who visit, live, work, and play in this area every single day. The vote tonight is just one milestone of many more to come with this project. In fact, moving forward at all its contingencies for our partners at the Galleria Authority granting permission to land on this deck. Any additional costs, add-on, and other charges will come before the board for our traditional processes for approval. We also have to go through a traditional right-of-way process with property owners both inside and outside of the perimeter. We need to develop and approve MOUs with the CIDs and the Galleria Authority, and then, of course, to bid, select, and move forward on the construction process. So we're not there yet, but because of the hard work, leadership, and commitment of many people, we have come a long way, and I'm proud to be at this point and look forward to so many more milestones in this essential public safety project. With that, Commissioners, I would like to make the motion to approve the final design of the I-285 multi-use bridge project E4210 and authorize the department to proceed with the project. Is there a second?
No, not yet.
Second.
This bridge,
Is there a second?
This bridge is corporate welfare for the bridge.
Please.
Pull him out.
You can take the money from this bridge.
I'm going to ask you to sit down and be quiet. I'm going to ask you to please sit down and be quiet.
That's it.
I'm going to ask you to please sit down and be quiet.
And you're not gonna get away with
Commissioner.
calling it public safety. I'll leave on my own.
Thank you.
because it's a bunch of
Thank you. We have a motion and we second. Is there any comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Ott? No, Commissioner Ott.
All right, Mr. Chairman, when the concept of the bridge, well, first off, before I start, I want to thank, and I know John Gabrielson is in, and I probably messed up your name, but I know he's in the audience, and I want to thank him for his many emails and thoughtful analysis. I may not agree with everything you said, but I really do appreciate the effort and the time you took in sending it to me and I think some of the other commissioners. Also want to thank Tad Leadhead from the Cumberland CID. We spent about an hour and a half last week discussing the bridge and some other issues in the Cumberland area, and also Bob Voiles from the Galleria Authority for discussions about Galleria's thoughts, and also Mike Plant from the Braves. One of the things, a lot of people refer to this as the Braves Bridge. I want to remind folks, and we heard about this earlier today, that I believe the number that Tad gave in his briefing is that there are over 6,000 new residential units being built in the Cumberland CID area. Many of those were approved and started prior to the Braves announcement. Obviously, people talk about the halo effect, but I would remind folks that there were a lot of things that were coming prior to the Braves announcement. In addition, the state has been redid the bridge at 41 and the river, and also widened 41, adding a multi-use trail up to Acres Mill Road. That was prior to the Braves announcement. So when the bridge announcement came, or the discussion, one of the things, or some of the things that I brought up and said that I needed to see was first that it needed to address safety. And the fact of the matter is, with the configuration of 41 as it goes down below to get cars onto 285, and there are two quick access lanes on the northbound portion of 41 to get onto the eastbound portion of 285. And then also with the addition of 3 or 4 turn lanes, there is no way for pedestrians to get from one side of 285 to the other. So I do believe that it's a safety issue. But one of the other things I asked for was an analysis of the benefits and who was going to benefit from the bridge, and then who was going to pay for it. What I've seen in my discussions with Tad and Bob and Mike Plant and also Childress Klein representatives is that the folks that have offered up money are indeed the ones that are going to benefit from it. But as the chairman just stated, this is not a vote on who's paying for the bridge. This is simply a vote to approve a design. One of my major concerns was what happens on the Galleria side, because when the discussion of the bridge design was had, there was some discussion as to circulator, pedestrian. I believe that what is needed is safe passage for the pedestrians. Whether or not it allows a circulator bus, that's not necessarily a need, because circulator buses can always use the existing roadway, but where the pedestrians cannot. So I am supportive of moving forward with this, but I would like to remind people, like I said, that this is not just a Braves Bridge. This is a bridge for the Cumberland area. Of the many infrastructure improvements that the Cumberland CID has done, which makes it much more passable than, say, the perimeter area, we do have the one area of Interstate 285 that you cannot get across safely in its current configuration. So the options are either to go over 285 or to go under it. And so right now I'm supportive, but remain cautiously optimistic that as the costing or the pricing comes forward on the bridge, that indeed the taxpayers will not be paying for it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I agree, and I believe the chairman noted in his comments that any additional costs over and above what was outlined in this proposal would have to come back to this board anyway for approval. Do you have the breakdown of what, of the 5 million from the CID and the?
Yeah, I don't have it written down in here. It's there's 5 million from the CID. We're funding 4.5 million out of FTA 5307 funds, and the Braves are contributing 380,000 for a portion of the bridge that goes over Circle 75.
Right, and the county is covering any right-of-way, which you
Covering the
do on
right-of-way and
all
paying
of
for the
our,
design.
all of our projects. Anyway, when we met to go over the design and for you to answer any questions, you and Karen, one of the concerns I asked about was the bike lanes. And I know we don't have bike lanes striped, say on our trails and bike areas where we have pedestrians, runners, and bikes, but that's not going to be a normal day on a bridge over 285. And my concern is safety for children walking across. I know, you know, if they're young, they should be accompanied by their parents, but my concern would be bikes traveling in the same, on the same lane or width of the bridge as pedestrians. So if we're not going to do a bike lane specific on the pedestrian side, some signage or something along the way I think would help, but I'd really like to see a dedicated lane for bikes or signage that they have to walk their bikes across. I know we talked about that as a possibility.
Particularly during game days. During normal days,
Right.
it may not be an issue
Right,
ever.
right.
Similar to our trails.
Okay. So, I'm to support that and with those comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We'll echo some of the comments shared that pedestrian safety with respect to this project has been paramount for me. And I think with the large attraction that we have of the stadium, it's important that we make sure that those who are going to the site have safe travel there. I'm also for ensuring, however, that there is consideration for those pedestrians who are not going towards the Brave site, because right now there are people who are walking along 41 trying to get from one side of 285 to the other through the underpass to get more directly to what's on the other side. And I would just ask that we not neglect the current pedestrian traffic there as we look at getting pedestrian traffic to the Brave site, which is not necessarily taking people in a direct fashion to the other side of 285. I would also like to share, and it was echoed by Commissioner Ott or Commissioner Burrell, that tonight's vote is not a vote on funding, it's a vote on a design. And from reading the agenda item, that there'll be a project budget established that will be brought forward to the board at a future time. However, there has been a lot of correspondence with respect to funding, and I appreciate all of the citizen feedback. And yes, Mr. Gabrielson, thank you for your emails and consideration of this project. And also to the Transit Advisory Board, thank you for your diligence in assessing this as well. Jim, I'd just like to ask if you can provide some clarification on FTA funding and how that will be utilized towards this, and how much of this project absorbs the existing FTA funds that we have.
Certainly, Commissioner. What we're looking at is for our FTA 5307 funds, which are our standard capital funds. We're allocated those every year based on a formula from the FTA, where it's always different, and it always depends on what the funding bill looks like. What we've done is gone back and looked at our past fiscal years, and we found funding in appropriate categories in FY 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, so that we're using actual monies that we've had in the past to fund the $4.5 million for this project. It does not affect 15, which was the last year, or 16, which is the current year, or the next two. We've looked at our capital plan over the next 3 years and don't see that this will not make any change to that capital plan.
Okay. Will utilizing the FTA funds from those prior years deplete opportunities to fund other capital projects outside of the bridge?
No.
So there's additional funds that will be left over after this? Okay, and I wanted that to be...
And using funds for instance, using FTA 5307 funds for multiple years is how we're paying $24 million for new buses. It's what we budgeted for $5 million for the new fuel island. That would look like in a typical time that's almost all of our fiscal year allocation. But so what we do is we use those monies from past projects to be able to do those as well from past years.
Okay, well, appreciate you clarifying that. And again, I'm supportive of this, again, with the public policy need to make sure that pedestrians are safe as they traverse, what's going to be a significant attraction for the county. I'm in support.
Thank you. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too agree with the comments made by my fellow commissioners. Did do a little research, and I appreciate staff and Jim getting it for me. This is not the first public-private multi-use bridge that we've undertaken here in the county, and I went back and looked at the skip span connector that connects KSU to the Chastain corridor. Was a public-private partnership that involves the Town Center CID, KSU, our SPLOST funds, and GDOT. That total project is somewhere around $16.6 million, and it spans 416 feet. This project is a public-private partnership with Cumberland CID, the Braves, SPLOST funds, and the FTA funds. It spans approximately 1,200 square feet. And the right-of-way costs have not been determined yet, but it was almost $2 million for the skip span, so I see it being no more than that, if not less. So this project will be somewhere around $10.7 to $12 million in its entirety. And it connects two commercial areas with the new battery and with what we already have at Cumberland and the Galleria and the office space up there. And yet the skip span, which no one seems to have any issues with, connects a educational institution, which is great and beneficial to our county, but pays no taxes. And yet we're funding that with no fanfare whatsoever. So here we are helping public safety and helping two commercial corridors that are all paying taxes. To me, it's a proverbial easy thing to make a decision for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Jim, very much.
Thank you, sir.
This takes us to tab 14, our Support Services Agency.
Evening, Chairman, Commissioners, County Manager. Our first item deals with the 2016 SPLOST, and specifically with the eventual moving of the magistrate court. This is the first two phases of that, and it involves the relocation into Tenny Park Square of the Solicitor General, Alternate Dispute Resolution, the Circuit Defender's Office, and work in the Superior Court Clerk. A request for proposals was advertised and 3 firms responded. A selection committee reviewed the proposals and they recommend that approval of a contract with John Spratlin be awarded. The county and Spratlin will finalize the design, and then Spratlin will determine the guaranteed maximum price. Only the design builder's fee, the general conditions, and the design are included in this contract of $571,794, and not the actual cost of construction. Once that GMP is determined, a recommendation with the construction costs will be presented to the Board of Commissioners for approval. Upon that approval and funding, the on-site construction will proceed. So we recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve a design-build contract with John Spratlin and Son in the amount of $571,794 to include design costs of $109,354, project fee costs of $250,000, and general condition costs of $212,440 for the interior renovation of a portion of Tenny Park Square, a 2016 SPLOST project. Authorize advance funding with the general fund loan to be reimbursed when 2016 SPLOST funds are available. Authorize the corresponding budget transactions and further authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll bring this forward in the form of a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. The motion carries 4-0. But let the record reflect Commissioner Weatherford was absent for the vote. Item 2, please.
Item 2 is for the 2011 SPLOST, and this is to replace some light fixtures in the stairways in the downtown Marietta complex. It will replace fluorescent fixtures with LED fixtures, which will improve the dependability, cost of utilities, and maintenance time needed to replace failed bulbs. The replacement of the fluorescent fixtures in the stairwells will be secured through an annual price agreement contract the county has with All Star Lighting and Electrical Service. The department recommends that the board award contract to All Star Lighting and Electrical Service in an amount not to exceed $80,000 for 2011 SPLOST funded stairway lighting projects at the Administration Building, the State Court, Tenny Park Square, 12 East Park Square, Juvenile Court, Superior Court South, and the Public Safety Building, and authorize the corresponding budget transactions.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll bring this forward in the form of a motion as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner Weatherford absent. Item 3, please.
Our last item is to authorize entering into a brokerage agreement with a real estate company for real estate services related to the purchase and lease of various properties. This was advertised with an RFQ from interested in real estate firms. One firm responded. We recommend the board authorize entering into a brokerage agreement with McWhirter Realty Partners, LLC, authorizing commercial real estate brokerage services related to the purchase and lease of various properties for use by Cobb County for a term extending to April 10th, 2017, and authorize the chairman to execute the necessary documents.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'll bring this forward in the form of a motion as presented. Is there a second?
Second, but I have a question.
It's a second, and the Commissioner has a question, John.
I thought this was an extension of an existing contract.
we would extend the existing contract that would only run for 3 months, which is not sufficient time to find and purchase property.
Right, but you said this was an RFQ and there was only one bidder?
Yes,
Was
this
that
is
for the original contract?
for this one, for the purchase of property only. The other one that we're talking about before was the one
okay.
for selling of surplus property.
Right, right,
This one has nothing to do with that. This is separate from that.
okay.
Any other comments?
This will be, I'm sorry, and piggybacking.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it's on. And piggybacking Commissioner Burrell's questions, for this contract, well, what's the time duration of it?
This will run until April of 2018. That is the same time as the other one would end if it were extended. This does not extend the other one. If the board chooses to extend that other one, they would both end at the same time.
Okay. And we'll have another RFP in a couple
At
of
that time.
months? Okay. For just the purchase?
Or
but-
for both.
Okay. In a couple months, what will happen? Will we be voting on an RFP with respect to the sale of surplus property?
Possibly, if you choose to extend that one.
Okay.
Before we, excuse me, before we have sidebar comments, where did county manager come? Would you please get into this battle, please?
Initially in this, and we've had the sale or lease of property with the realty. When we only had one bidder, even though we went through the process, a decision was made earlier to just amend that existing contract. But it actually ends in April, but you can extend it for a year. So if we had, so I directed Mr. Working with legal to go back and just do a separate one just for the acquisition of property and just go through to April the 10th. And then the other one, we'll have to come back to the board for an extension if the board opt to do it. But rather than commingling the two with the acquisition, which we won't be able to accomplish anything, so I made the decision and gave the direction, let's just do a new contract for property acquisition.
Commissioner Ott.
All right. You're saying the existing one goes for 2 more months, okay? That would be
It goes through
March.
April, right.
April, okay?
And that's
1
for-
year from April is 17, not
Right.
18. He's saying
17.
18.
No, it's 17.
No, he said 18.
I'm sorry, it's 17.
Okay.
But is
One-
that
one-
just
One
for
at a
the-
time, Johnny, please.
All right. Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned yesterday in the agenda meeting, I have a problem because all we're doing is leapfrogging here.
Right.
I understand that we would like to move forward on looking to purchase some property, but I always have a problem when we have one bidder, and now that we're kind of leapfrogging here, I can't support it.
Mr. Burrow.
Well, one of the things, Commissioner, and I know you've always expressed concern and you've been consistent with that, but in this one, if you really looked at that first proposal, it really was gonna go, if you really looked at it, it was only gone for 2 months. Then you gotta come back to the board and assume whether you extend it, and we had some actions we need to take on property acquisition. And that's the reason when I discussed with you, I decided to split it back and not commingle the two and just let them be 2 contracts, but they both would terminate if you extend it the same time and decision be made whether we keep them separate or whether we combine them with acquisition or lease or purchase. So it was an intent to be less confusing. And,
Commissioner what? Commissioner
Yeah.
Burrow.
When this first came forward, it was my understanding that the original contract for the McWhorter to sell or lease county facilities
Right.
that we had on the market, that contract expires in April of this year, but it has a 1-year option to renew.
extend, right.
So, and I went through legal, Pat Riley's
Right.
the attorney that was handling this with John.
And your interpretation is right.
And my interpretation was that my suggestion was that since we since the current contract, we were amending the current contract to sell property, to add purchase of property defined as a fire station in the Cumberland area, that it made more sense to me, rather than it expiring when it has a year option to renew, why not extend it for that option, 1-year option for both?
Right.
Because 2 months isn't a very long time to give somebody to look for property that we can afford in the
see,
Cumberland
it was
area.
our thought, and since the other contract stood on its own, we could have actually taken that first contract for the sale or lease of property and gone ahead and maybe continued that option. I, in talking with legal, thought it was cleaner to just go ahead and separate them and not confuse the few. I was talking to even Commissioner Otter, or listening to Agenda Prep. We were talking about a month-to-month option and some other things. But we know with a couple of fire stations, especially 29, it was gonna take some time to do it. And we did not want to get into that. So at the end of the day, you accomplish the thing, but I think it's cleaner.
Well, so I would suggest going back to the original language to approve an amendment to the brokerage agreement with McWhirter and extend it to April 2017, because that contract has a year option.
It does. And I defer to legal on that. We talked quite a bit about it yesterday, so whether and I think that's probably is an option that you could extend it, go ahead and do the extension of the lease and sale of property, and then combine this acquisition. But I think at the end of the day, you accomplish the same thing.
Only one at a time, please.
At the end of the day, I think it accomplishes the same thing. And in my opinion, in discussion with Pat, this may be a little cleaner.
Ms. Dance, do you have any thoughts?
You first had before you, before we took these measures, you first had before you an amendment. Either one of them accomplishes the same end, so
Right.
whatever your preference would be.
So, at the risk of what I hear, Mr. County Manager, and you and I have this conversation all the time. I know what you said.
I know what you said, but what did I hear?
Exactly. The contract that we currently have with them, which is to sell or lease projects, is ending
April 10th.
April 10th of 2016.
Right.
That contract has an option to extend for a year.
1 year, and we have to put it at.
Okay, that option to extend for another year, is at the discretion of the staff, or would that option to extend for a year have to come
I
back from
believe that
board
will come
approval?
back to the board.
Okay, so in April, there would be, probably in March, there'd be an agenda
item coming forward
asking
to
us to extend it for a year, that portion of the contract that allows the company to sell and lease property on behalf.
Right.
We have in front of us a need that wasn't seen at the time that we entered into the initial contract, to have representation in the purchase of property, not only associated with the fire station, but another project that we have in front of us that is in front of us.
A couple of fire stations and
Yep.
other properties.
Right. So the thought was, so we go out to bid for that portion of the contract by itself. Only one person responds, because it's not very lucrative to be in the business of just buying property on behalf of a client, either for 2 months or for 14 months. We got one responsive bid, and that responsive bid was from the folks that the existing contract already happened to be.
Yes, sir.
So the concept was initially to say, well, let's do two things. Let's add the ability to purchase, and let's approve the extension for a year on an underlying contract through the end of April 10th, 2017. And sometime in 2017, should we desire to have representation, we would go out for a complete bid again. And then at that time, if we decided we needed to have one company that did leasing, one that did purchasing, one that did sale, whatever we decide the combination best fit our needs at the time, we would determine what that RFP, RFQ is and send it out at that time for new contracts. So what stands before us initially was the board authorizing the extension of the underlying contract for a year past the April 10th, 2016 date to 2017, plus adding the capabilities to purchase on behalf of the county to a period that ends April 10, 2017. And that's where we stand right now with the revised, with initial agenda item was presented to us in the agenda book. It subsequently has been revised since yesterday to make it a separate entity where we're just awarding a contract for the purchase capabilities through the year of April 10, 2017. And if we approve this item, we will have to come back in March, if we desire, and extend the your option on the underlying agreement with this company, which is to sell and lease property on our behalf. Did I summarize that?
You did. I would take one exception. The amendment in this that we would have had to come back in March to extend it, we would have had to extend the lease purchase, and we would have had to extend the acquisition.
Okay, both components.
So that was the difference.
Right.
Technically, the contract we would be given to whoever it is would technically end, and you'd be taking action on both, was the reason I decided.
Okay. Have we made a motion yet?
Yes.
And the motion was based on the revised, right? And we have a second on that. Is it the county manager's desire that we go forward with a revised agenda item, or that we reconsider what was initially presented in the agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, it would be my recommendation we go for what's in the agenda. The other option that Commissioner Burrow, as I understood it, if you want to go back and amend the contract, but you would go ahead and take action to extend the lease and sale of property through that date, and then add this to it, it can be amendment to the contract.
I have a question.
Yes.
Question, sir, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The original agenda item was for an amendment to the original contract to include the purchase of property.
Property acquisition.
Not just
yeah.
the sale or lease.
Right.
But it did not grant the one-year extension.
not.
It ended on April of 2016.
Right.
Yes.
So the amended one is entering into a separate brokerage agreement for the purchase of property only, but it gives that part of the contract till April of 17.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So with this, we are still
Right.
you're still having to come back in
Correct.
April of this year for the purchase of property.
So let me
I mean, the sale of property.
provide a revised motion, if that,
Yes.
whatever it is, okay? The Board of Commissioners approve an amendment to the brokerage amendment with McWhitter Realty Corp., DBA McWhitter Realty Partners, authorizing commercial real estate brokerage services related to purchase and lease of various properties for use by Cobb County, and authorize the chairman, or used by Cobb County for a term extending to April 10th, 2017. And authorize the chairman to execute all necessary documents.
And I will second that.
Is that fine, Ms. Dance? Pardon me?
I believe.
Great, so that motion's made, it's been seconded by Commissioner Burrow. Are there any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Ott in opposition. Thanks, John, thanks, Mr. County Manager.
Which is legal.
So let's go to tab 15, we already covered earlier. Tab 16, we've already covered. Tab 17, appointments. Commissioners, the clerk has provided a motion for me to provide that would cover items 1 through 4. And so if you would allow me to present this motion to consolidate those appointments that require approval, as such, I'd appreciate it. So we're gonna make a motion to approve the following appointments and reappointments. To approve the following reappointments to the Public Library Board for a 3-year term to expire December 31st, 2018. Ellen Springer, Peggy Holbrook, and Jamelia Haven. And approve the reappointment of Karen Halsey to the Development Authority for a 3-year term to expire May 31st, 2018. That consolidates all the 4 appointments, although there's 3 different commissioners involved with those. There's a second by
Second.
Commissioner Ott. Any comments? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Now, let's go through the announcements, the announcements. So the first announcement is a chair announcement, and that is the Board of Commissioners approved, nope, I take it back. Excuse me, if you would. We're getting there, folks. Hang with me. Item number 5, the Board of Commissioners, I'm going to announce the reappointment of Chris Potenston on behalf of the Board of Commissioners to post 4 and Butch Thompson to post 5 at the Kennesaw Hospital Authority for a 5-year term to expire on November 2nd, 2020. And as was outlined yesterday in an agenda prep, Commissioner Ott reminded us all that we went through the proper procedures and processes associated with this particular board to get us to this point. So that's the first announcement. The second announcement is item number 6 by Commissioner Weatherford.
Yes, sir, to announce the appointment of Jamie Douglas to post 15 to Keep Cobb Beautiful Incorporated for term not to expire December 13, 2018, replace James Eaton per the Cobb County Code of Ordinances. This appointment does not require action.
Thank you. So the next 3, items 7, 8, and 9, are announcement by Commissioner Ott.
Can I do them all together?
Sure.
All right, announce the reappointment of Joseph Cavallis, Trish Steiner to the Neighborhood Safety Commission, and Ron Seifin to the Transit Advisory Board.
Thank you, sir. The next announcement is item number 10 by Commissioner Cupid.
Yes, I'd like to announce the appointment of Jerry Aldridge to the District 4 post on the Historic Preservation Commission. She replaces Heather Culligan, who was appointed in 2013, but she and her husband have relocated outside of Georgia, and I wish them the very best.
Thank you. So that takes us to item number 11, is chairman's appointment. And that, commissioners, I'd just like to give a little bit of background on commissioner liaison appointments, which is this item covers. This is a customary practice of the Board of Commissioners. In other words, it is not rooted in code and is more of a tradition than a formal process. Basically, the chairman of the board appoints commissioners as a liaison between the full board and a specific department and/or an agency. As a liaison, commissioners coordinate with staff on a department and/or agency to which they were appointed and share information, requests, and new initiatives of Team Cobb with the board. It is a bottoms-up approach to help make the board more accessible to key managerial staff. The goal is for the board members to fully understand the visions and needs of departments, communicate this to the board members, and assist the staff with gaining board support as necessary. Under the county manager form of government, the county manager supervises and directs the official conduct of all appointed county officers and department heads. In sum, commissioner liaisons have no authority over the department, as that lies squarely in the office of the county manager. This customary practice has proven to be an effective tool to help board members better understand all facets of county government, and is a constructive mechanism for facilitating staff communications up to the board. So without going through the individual recommendations and announcements, I'll go ahead and do it. First of all, the commission assignments are as follows. Commissioner Bob Weatherford, Public Safety Agency, Water and Sewer Agency. Commissioner Bob Ott, Support Services Agency. Commissioner Joanne Burrow, Community Development Agency, Communications Department, Airport Advisory Board. Commissioner Cupid, Public Services Agency, and Cobb Travel and Tourism. Chairman Tim Lee, Transportation Agency, Cobb EMA, Finance Department, Internal Audit, Human Resources Department, Economic Development Department, all elected officials in judicial courts systems. And Commissioner Weatherford is appointed to serve as Vice Chairman of the 2016 year. I'd also like to note that there was input received from all 4 commissioners as to what they prefer. Nobody got 100% of what they asked for. Tab 18, Commissioner's Public Address. Commissioner Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have two things. First off, I want to thank all staff and the few citizens that are left for sticking it out tonight. I'm not sure we've ever been here this long, even that other
Oh, yeah.
marathon night.
Yes, we have.
And then also, I just want to remind everyone that February 1st is the deadline to register to vote. You can do it online at the Secretary of State webpage, or you can do it in person. And that is for the presidential preference primary in March.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I would like to thank all those that attended the public information open house for the intersection improvements at Shallowford and Childers Road last Thursday night. I appreciate your involvement. Thanks to staff for coordinating, our DOT folks that were there and answering community questions. It is online on DOT's website, and it has been in my newsletter as well, if you'd like to see the presentations. Also, Cobb County Animal Control calendars are still for sale, $15, and they feature pets that are up for adoption at the shelter. And Cobb County Board of Elections is still looking for people to work the voting precincts during the 2016 election cycle. You can work one or two or all of the, the March presidential, the primary in May for the county offices, and the general election in November, one or all, it doesn't matter. But there are some requirements and an application, and you do have to attend training. You can visit cobbelections.org for more information. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking all for their condolences and thoughts and prayers of my mom's passing. It's been very special, and I'm truly humbled and honored. I'd also like to thank my fellow commissioners, because we're all public servants, and I think that sometimes people forget that, and indeed I think we're all servant leaders. We certainly don't do it for the money or the accolades, because we don't get a lot of that sometimes, but we do it because we think we can make a difference in Cobb County, and all of us up here, I think, have done that and continue to do that, and I'm honored and privileged to be serving with them. I also would like to think that I've made my mom proud, and that I'll continue to do that. And I've always done that, except for that one time in D.C. in the bar. But
then there's that other time.
she didn't know about that one, and
when
she
you were a
forgave me
Marine.
for that. So
No, well, last year, wasn't it?
don't talk when I'm talking.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just helping.
No, you help me. I can dig my own holes.
There you go.
But anyway, I am
And then
honored
there
and
was,
humbled to serve the citizens of Cobb County. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cupid.
Thank you, that was thoughtful. Want to thank everybody for sticking it out to the bitter end. It's almost tomorrow. Want to briefly share that we'll be resuming the community zoning meeting for Mableton, Smyrna, and Marietta. We'll be doing that jointly tomorrow at Lions Club off of Lions Club Drive in Mableton, and the meeting is from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This area has the lion's share of the zoning cases for February, so I encourage residents who've been active in the zoning cases for this area to please come out to tomorrow's meeting. Finally, I just wanted to address the campaign that we've had to assist residents of Magnolia Crossing. I felt compelled to send out a message in the middle of the week because I was a little disheartened by a report that I thought cast a long shadow over the need for the residents that are in this particular complex. I support the board's decision to redevelop this site. Certainly, it had a lot of structural and safety concerns, and it also posed a redevelopment opportunity for Six Flags Drive. But mindfulness towards redevelopment does not mean that we should not be mindful towards the people impacted by it. And right now, the residents who are there some of them who have left still have ongoing need. And I'm asking for persons within our community to please help step up and help the members of our Cobb community by donating to Sweetwater Mission. There's been a link that's been posted on my website and I believe through some various news articles. But we have a pledge site where people can donate online. And they can also write a check out to Sweetwater Mission, which is a tax-exempt 501c3 organization in Austell, which has been championing for decades the elimination of homelessness and food security and other food insecurity and other issues within the South Cobb area. That's all I have.
Thank you. I only have about a couple, three here. I want to give a shout out here to Commissioner Weatherford. There's no finer definition of servant leadership than what he's demonstrated tonight by leaving his mother's side to be here with us tonight to serve the Cobb community, driving 4 hours and then sitting through another 4 hours of BOC meeting. There is absolutely no finer definition of servant leadership than what has been demonstrated by this man on my left. And I speak on behalf of the commissioners and the county manager and this entire community in extending our gratitude to your example. And our prayers and our thoughts are with you and your family. And I certainly hope you have a safe trip back tomorrow morning. We have a couple of congratulations. Steve Tomlin, commonly known as Thunder, was recognized this past Saturday by the paper that I read daily, both electronically and through the paper, the Marietta Daily Journal, as our Citizen of the Year. And additionally, and congratulations to Mayor Tomlin, well-deserved as well for his work on Franklin Road and their leadership. Attorney General Sam Owens, our prior chair, was recognized by Georgia Trend as Georgian of the Year. That's something for Cobb County to be proud of. That's something for this community to be proud of, and we congratulate these two folks. Some not so good news is Shan Cooper's decided to hang up her shingle at Lockheed and move on to greener pastures, which she won't tell us yet. But I'm sure Lockheed in the tradition will fill her shoes with a strong leader, and we look forward to working with that, whomever that is, as we try to work with Lockheed to protect those jobs and the investment over there. I want to thank everyone, and I know there were lots of them, but I want to thank everybody that was involved by the county in working with the NAACP this past week and a half ago with the Martin Luther King celebration. We had a very robust celebration, to say the least, and I think Cobb County can be proud of its representation at that event. I know Deanne Bonner, as the president of the NAACP, was proud of that event, as were the just darn cute kids that performed and did an extraordinary job at that event. But that was a great partnership, and I look forward to continuing that with the county and NAACP as we move forward. And I want to thank the staff for all your hard work. Y'all been here since early this morning. If I don't shut up soon, you're going to be here when the clock turns midnight. It's been a long day. We accomplished a lot today, not only this afternoon, but this evening, and I appreciate you all. Cobb is the best community, bar none, because of the work done by the staff and the folks that work for Cobb County and serving the citizens and the visitors that come through here each year. And I want you to know that this Board of Commissioners appreciates everyone, from the county manager to our elected officials to every little single employee of Cobb County. You guys do great work, and we appreciate you. And thank you much for your contribution to our success. Mr. County Manager, unless you have some other issues, we are adjourned. Thank you.